Alright, I guess we'll get started. Today was not really a planned stream, but I figured I'm writing code, I might as well stream it anyway. So let's see, today is Sunday, February 9th of 2020, and yesterday we went down a rabbit hole, and at the bottom of the rabbit hole we realized that the thing I was trying to do is not really possible. Well, it's probably possible because, you know, Turing complete programming languages, but it's not really something that I think I'll ever be able to finish, unfortunately. So yesterday we were trying to improve the Python regex engine to support a bunch of new features, and we kind of got a couple features working. Let's see, what do we do? Yeah, we implemented this regex compile function, which does a couple of things. It removes regex comments because we need to especially handle some syntax, and for whatever reason regex comments are a little bit weird in Python. We also implemented hex escapes, and the actual important one was implementing possessive matches. But then we got further and further and further into this and realized that there's all sorts of other features that this syntax highlighting engine needs that, you know, are just going to be intractably difficult to add to the Python regex engine. And so I did a little bit of research and found that there is an implementation of this regex engine. It's written in C, and that means we can probably write Python bindings for it. It's also actively maintained, which I found interesting. I was kind of surprised that it's actively maintained, but I mean, good for them, I guess. Does it only have 29 releases? Huh. Hey, what's up, Juan? Hello. But yeah, we're gonna try and, well, I say we're going to try and write bindings for this. I've already started working on the bindings for this. It's rough, to say the least, but we'll hopefully get something working, and then we'll be able to plug it into my syntax highlighting engine, and then suddenly everything will just work. Is the plan. Hey, what's up, Ethan? Hello. But yeah, so I wanted to do this, or I wanted to do this to learn something else to figure this out. So we're gonna do this with cffi, which I've never worked with before. Python cffi, which, yeah. Oh yeah, I love this shirt. Test out all the things. It's a I don't know if you can see it. Probably not. It's a Sauce Labs shirt. They're a Selenium and such testing company. But yeah, I love this shirt, so that's why I would like to wear it. Hey, what's up, Jerklump? Ethan says, I saw what the stream was about and I had to stop by for cursed CFI stuff and packaging. Yeah, we're gonna have a mess of a time. You know DBC? No, I don't. Is that like DBZ? DBC. No, I don't think it's that. Let's try DBC programming. Oh, design by contract? Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. Yes, I am familiar with that pattern. Right, I thought you were on the like CFFI topic. I was just like, what is this? But yeah, I know it is. But yeah, we're gonna be using CFFI, or at least that's the plan. I've decided on, well, I've already changed the name of my project twice. So I've decided what I'm gonna call it. We're gonna call it, I'm gonna pronounce this wrong, right? Oniguruma, which is the name of the the regex flavor, and then we're gonna slap CFFI in the end. But that means I need to rename all of the files that I've already written and get this working again. Also, this was my original attempt, which we don't need anymore. Wait, let me make sure there's nothing in here that we want to keep. Yeah, this was when I was building it from source, but it turns out this is packaged for Ubuntu, so you can hopefully just lean on this and then maybe work with many Linux wheels later. We'll see how it goes. Jerklump says, do you think computer specs matter when it comes to contributing to open source projects? Depends on the project, certainly. Like, there's definitely some that are going to require more beefy stuff. Like, I don't know if you're working on Science Stack and such. But I happen to know that one of the people that's usually in chat, I don't know if is identical is here today. They work on one of the least powerful machines that I've ever heard of. So it's certainly possible. Oh, cool! Just got a spam bot that sent me a whisper that says, "Wanna become famous? Buy followers, primes, and viewers on their domain." I'm not gonna spam them, or I'm not gonna support them. Let's see. Report. Spam. Next. I think this is a bot account. Scam. Sure, that works too. Done. This was a DM. Fuck. Okay, sorry. What is the least powerful machine that you've heard of? This was a machine. Let's see. I think he works on a Core 2 Duo, which came out in 2007, and it's like a 15-year-old machine at this point. Like has, I want to say it has like 4 gigs of RAM or something, which is just like, it's weird to think that that's a small number in 2020. Like, I've definitely, I mean, I remember when I bought my first machine that had more than 1 gig of RAM, and that was like a big deal. Yeah, like an actual computer, like a desktop environment that you would legitimately use for developing stuff. Yeah, but I don't need this file anymore. There's some cffi thing for setup.py, but we're actually not going to be working with setup.py for a little bit. I can delete this and this, and I think this is my old attempt, so we can delete that as well. And we have a clone of this regex engine, which I'm gonna just try and not pronounce it ever because I'm pretty sure I'm just gonna do it wrong every time. And so we have a clone of this, so we can look at the source if we need to. No love for C types. So the problem with C types is it's really slow and it doesn't work well in PyPy. And the nice thing about cffi is it does work well in PyPy, and so that's kind of my goal with this. But actually, let me finish the rename that I was doing. Gotta be very careful to not delete the wrong file. I can delete that one. And I should make a GitHub repo for this too, while I'm thinking about that, because I didn't do that yet. I had some like weird trouble with setting my bot status when I was setting up the stream, so I don't know what that's about. Like, it was just like losing characters for my message and like cutting off the beginning, so I eventually just like went for a shorter message and that seemed to work, but I don't know what was up with my bot. Ethan says, wait, I've been muted. What are you binding? Oh, I'm binding this library. Which, let's see. Do I have a build of it? Configure. Let's just redo this. What the fuck? Why is it not letting me? Oh, I didn't CD. It's a regular expression engine, is what this thing is. And it has way more features than the Python regular expression engine, and to the point where I wasn't really able to convert. Like I was trying to forward port features from this engine into Python's engine, and we got like one of them working, but there's like, I don't know, 15 or 20 different very complicated features that don't really have equivalents even from like a syntax sugar perspective. So instead, we're just going to wrap this instead. There's no binding for PCRE, so this one is more complicated than PCRE. And there are bindings for PCRE, but we don't. It doesn't actually help us here. We need this particular flavor of regex, which is unfortunate. Hey, what's up, Chicken Waffle? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream, Chicken Waffle. Yeah, so this, wait, lib? Yeah, so lib onig is what it's called on Ubuntu. Custom regexes. No, it's spec'd at least. Let's see, text mate, regular expressions. You can read more about it. Actually, where's the... Why do I not have a nice link for this? So you can read more about them there, but it's very similar to Python regexes, but I can show you some of the stuff that are really difficult to do. This one doesn't have an equivalent in Python. These ones I could do, but like Python doesn't know about these things. Python doesn't have this, but we added a feature. We made this work. Python doesn't have this. It's also kind of difficult to do. You can replace these with the like UTF-8 character ranges, but I couldn't find a definitive resource that talks about that. But so that part's not so bad. These are the ones that we wrote. We wrote a feature for this yesterday. We made this work. Oh wait, no. We made these work. Greedy, reluctant matchers are already part of Python. This has no equivalent in Python. I had an idea on how to emulate it, but it's not perfect. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. This is deprecated in Python if it's not at the beginning of the regex. And so that would be a problem in newer versions of Python. Hey, what's up, NeoXQuick? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. This is a thing though, so that's fine. Where's the atomic group syntax? We didn't have that. Yeah, this is not implemented in Python. However, it is possible to implement it. These are not implemented at all. Doing named back references. There's a different named back reference, but this is like recursive weirdness. Oh wait, no, this is the one that's hard. This is to implement recursive back references, which is like, it's basically its own programming language at this point. And this G syntax, that's also not something that's really doable in Python. Mostly because, yeah, here's the like left recursive call thing. I don't even know how you would start implementing that. But other than that, it's mostly the same, but implementing those last 4 or 5 group features is really, really difficult. It can compile them, kind of. Hey, what's up, Borat? Hello, hello. It's going. We're going down a rabbit hole today. So I think it should be not so bad. So I've already started working on this a little bit, so I'll show you what I have so far and what I've gleaned from the cffi documentation, which arguably is not that good. The docs are kind of hard to follow. Ethan says, what the fuck, why do you need recursive back references? What are you trying to parse? At that rate, I'd break out a parser generator. I agree. However, what I'm doing, and I can show you what I have working so far. What I'm doing is I'm taking, let's see, demo diff. This one I got working just with Python's engine. I'm taking syntax definitions and theme definitions, which are spec'd by TextMate's language, and like there's a whole bunch of existing resources for them, and then applying them to source. So this is the syntax highlighter for diffs and the Visual Studio Code theme for the dark plus mode or whatever it is. And this one works fine because the regexes are super simple and don't actually use any of those specialized features. The same is also true for the highlighter for Rust. This one I got working fine. However, there are other highlighters for other languages that involve more complicated I didn't delete them. Okay, that involve more complicated things. Like the Python one requires the \g feature. No, this one's a bug in my code, but the SCSS one requires a specialized form of negative look-aheads or negative look-behinds. One of the two. So I had to like manually massage this one to make it look properly. But if I actually just use the regex engine that's designed for TextMate, then I won't need to do all of this crazy rewriting stuff. Is the plan. I've had bad luck with cffi. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Scale of Justice asks, what flavor of regex are you implementing? This is what it's called. Oniguruma. Actually, this file is named incorrectly. But yeah, it's libonig on at least Ubuntu, which actually is the same thing. Aptitude y libonig 4, which is actually the same engine that. Which is the same engine that JQ uses. Wait, what? I could have sworn when I looked at this yesterday, oh, maybe it's libjq that actually does that part? libjq1, that's what it is. Yeah, libjq depends on onig. Use parsers to parse programming languages. Yeah, I agree. The reason that this is done differently is, you know, the parsing of source for text editors needs to be efficient in ways that are different from how a programming language works. In particular, like, it needs to be efficient for insertions, and so like the TextMate highlighters are designed around being efficient for insertions. Not all languages are even regular, yeah. Fortunately, like the way the TextMate grammar works, it's not actually a regular parser. So I can show you an example of demo languages Rust. What? Oh. I just suck at JQ. Yeah, so the way it works with TextMate is there's this, you know, mapping of patterns, and then a pattern can include patterns, and a pattern can also include patterns, and basically it kind of looks a lot like how the what is that syntax called? Pigments is the highlighter that is used in Python, but actually the Rust one is super short. I'm kind of surprised how short this is. Maybe it just doesn't work as well. But yeah, this is basically how it works. Is high-level regex in JSON, which actually originally they're originally in XML. The one as the XMLs, yeah. Oh, this one's CSON. Which, I don't know what CSON is, but that's just the way things go, I guess. CSON looks like JSON, but is slightly different. It also kind of looks like YAML. I don't know what CSON is. But anyway. Yeah, so Visual Studio Code turns them into JSON. And we'll probably do the same. I still haven't quite figured out how that's going to work for my text editor. CSON is JSON with buffer overflows. I mean, sounds about right. But yeah, so I spent a lot of last night and a little bit of this morning kind of feeling out how cffi works. And so I'll show you what I've learned so far. Actually, I need to do some rejiggering of this here. Okay, so the basis behind CFI, as I understand it, is you start with this build file, and the build file has kind of 3 parts. So first you build one of these FFI builders. Oh, just talking about this sounds so silly. Then you feed it what's called a cdef, and the cdef is basically just copied and pasted functions from the header files, where you basically just tell it about all the things that you want CFFI to export and make available to Python. And you can leave things as stubs in some places, and this syntax here means that it'll pull out this define from the actual source and expose it as an integer, or whatever type it is, which I assume is integer. Yeah, you basically write out the C syntax for that. I've done enough here to make the regex engine start, but not actually do any of the parsing or matching or any of that other stuff. And so what I have here so far is basically all of these types that tell how to set up the engine and how to tear it down at the end. And so you feed that into the cdef, and then you also set the source. I don't remember what this thing does exactly, but it tells it where it's going to write to. So in this case, we're writing out a Python module called this regex engine cffi. We pass in source. This is where it's going to look for all of the actual types and like match them up against these definitions up here. And fortunately for us, we just include the header file that it needs. And then this tells it what it needs to link against. So it'll link against libonig. And apparently you just run this whenever you change this file, and it will build the module for you. So if we do that, like so, did I uninstall CFI? I must have. Install that again. Yeah, so it will build this extension for us, and it generates a C file. It compiles that to an object file and then links that into a shared object. Automod blocked you for some reason, Juan. Weird. I'll let it through because there's nothing awful about that. Ethan says, I kind of like the bindgen method of doing this. Instead of copy pasting headers, you just whitelist what functions you want and it generates stuff for you. Bindgen is a Rust tool. Oh, I think that's kind of what this is doing. Unfortunately, you have to like tell it all of the types and stuff. This part is super tedious. I wish I didn't have to do all this. Like, it'd be nice if I just like said, hey, figure out this function for me, and this function, and this function, and just, go do the thing. But yeah, it's kind of a mess. Init by git commit hash. Oh yeah, so the thing is, I don't actually need to pin it at all, depending on how it gets installed. But what I'm probably going to do is distribute mini Linux wheels where I build the newest version and like, stitch that into the wheel and distribute it that way. Because when we look at this, it only links against that library. Actually, where does FFI come into it? Oh, I guess FFI probably links libFFI. That would make sense. Oh, it links libFFI via... Oh yeah, because it's a mini Linux wheel. So we get a vendored copy of libFFI. That's fine, whatever. Not my problem. A nim, you just import clibs. I see. Yeah, that makes sense. But Python's a little bit special. That's why we're doing all this. But anyway, I have this working, and I have a little demo file, which is where I'm actually doing the binding. So we have to rename the names here. And the worst part of about this project is I always want to typo this. Like, it's oniguruma, and I always type onigurama for some reason. So we'll see that happen a few times. Okay, but I basically makes sense to read this from the bottom. Well, not really from the bottom. Okay, so all of the integer functions in this library, or all of the functions in this library, return an integer which tell whether an error happened or not. And so we can, I made like 2 little helper functions to turn those into Python exceptions. The main one is this check function, which takes in this code. There can also be additional error information, which gets passed along as this star args here. And so like the check function is if there's a code, then raise an exception there. And the way it works is you make a character buffer. You call this function which will splat the information into this character buffer, and then you retrieve a bytes object from it. Oddly enough, this 0 is required in this slice, which really bothers me, but you know, I guess that's just the way that cffi works, so I don't really like this, but fine. And then since I want strings and not bytes, I have to turn them into text. A little bit messy. Sounds like an Asian name. Yeah, apparently it's like some Japanese dude that made this. Because half the docs are in Japanese, and so I can't actually read those ones. But yeah, for the first pass of this library, I'm just going to be doing UTF-8, and that's it. UTF-8 and this flavor of regex. It turns out they have a lot of flavors of regex that are supported, but I really only care about one of them, and so we're just going to do that one. But you can see, like, here's all the encodings that they support. Like, cool, all these random things that I don't care about. One unfortunate thing is they don't have like a UCS encoding, or I could do Unicode way more efficiently, but you know, converting back and forth between UTF-8 is not the worst. It's kind of slow, but whatever. And there's all these other flavors of regex that it supports, including PCRE. If you want to do that, but I don't. We just want this weird one. So yeah, I've basically pulled out UTF-8 and pulled out that particular syntax type and initialized the UTF-8 encoding. This is necessary to set up the library. Actually, I haven't seen what happens if you don't do this, but I assume it's required. And then I've started implementing the compile function, which is the equivalent of like re.compile, which will take a pattern and converts it into a regex pattern object. And to do that, we need to convert everything to bytes because actually we don't need this because we don't care about Python 2. You convert everything to bytes, you build the backing storage. This is like the C type that we're going to stick the things into. You build a buffer that you're going to send into the function call. Unfortunately, so normally in cffi you can just pass in bytes objects and it'll convert them automatically. In this case, I can't because the signature here is really, really weird. Hey, what's up, PNR10? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, the signature here is like you pass the beginning of the string and the end of the string. Which, like, I feel like anything else would have done beginning of the string and length. That would have been, like, way less shitty, but I don't know, this API is weird. Hey, what's up, Opa4AA? Thank you for the follow. Hello, hello. Hope your day is going well. But yeah, we have to build up a manual buffer here, and then offset it. And this is to capture the additional error information if there is any. Is the way this function says that there's an error is that you'll get a return value here, and it might stick some information into there. So we have to construct that. One weird thing about cffi is anytime you declare just a normal variable, you actually declare an array of length 1, which I think is a little bit weird, but it kind of makes sense, and it kind of makes everything a lot more simple to work with. But it's I don't know, it feels weird to me, but That's fine. But anyway, this is like my small little demo that I have working. And if we run this, apparently I broke it. Hey, what's up, Viking Coder? Welcome back. Hello, hello. What did I do? Correct. Owning and coding type ST is opaque. Type error. C data that is opaque. Okay, so I know what I changed since last time. I was just cleaning up the syntax. And it is opaque, but I don't actually care about the value of that thing. It's annoying. I think what I had before was this. Which lies about the underlying thing. We have to actually build first. Ugh. Okay, cool. Kind of works. Viking Coder says, are you the guy who was making your own text editor last time I was here? Yes, and we are still working on it. But it is working, the text editor is working pretty well. You know, this was kind of what we had working last time. But again, there's still no colors here. Hey, what's up, Biscuit Roller? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, still no colors here, which is what we're actually working on today, indirectly. I started working on the colors. Demo diff. So you can see, like, we kind of have syntax highlighting working here. Unfortunately, this is, like... there's a little bit of smoke and mirrors and, like, overly simplified stuff to make this syntax highlighting work. Which is why we're trying to improve the regex engine today so we can actually do the true parsing. Yeah, all of this is for the text editor. it's quite the rabbit hole, but we're doing it all for the text editor. But yeah, today what we're doing is we're trying to write bindings for this regex engine so that we can finish syntax highlighter, because it doesn't work in for other things. But shouldn't be too hard, I think, I hope, I pray. Yeah, that's the unfortunate part, is like this necessarily means that my text editor will have to have a dependency, which I'm a little sad about, but that's fine. Okay, so this exception is actually intentional. In my little demo here, I constructed one regex pattern which is valid, and then one which has unbalanced parentheses. And so you can see that when this call happened here, when we tried to compile this invalid regex, the error handling code worked properly. So yeah, that's why that's there. But that's all I had working so far, is just like building regex engines, or building the regex itself, and then showing invalid ones. So the rest of what we're going to be doing is, I think I need 2 functions here. And again, we're just implementing the very bare minimum to make this highlighter thing work. I think I only need match. Oh, that's the regex stuff. That's that. Okay, so this is regex match. Rule.match.match. Solid name there. The question is, do we use .search anywhere? Only in the regex building stuff. So I really only care about match. I don't care about search. But I don't know if this regex engine uses the same naming scheme. We already used this function. We don't need this function, I don't think. Onig new match param. Allocate an onig match param object and initialize its contents by initialize. Okay, I don't know what this match param is, but we'll look at that soon. Commander Thrashton says, wow, this stream was recommended to me for some reason. Okay, not sure, but anyway, hi everyone. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. What recommended the stream? I'm curious about that. NeoX Quick asks, what are you doing? Coding. I mean, technically I'm coding, yeah. Twitch? Like, Twitch itself recommended my stream? That's weird. Well, thank you, Twitch. Put it in my recommended channels. Interesting. That's because you watch programming streams and they get recommended if they are on at the moment. Oh. I guess that makes sense. Yeah, when I looked earlier today, there actually weren't too many people streaming programming, so it could be why it's being recommended. I mean, what kind of project are you working on? Long-winded. Here's the TLDR. There's a text editor that I'm working on. It doesn't have syntax highlighting, so we're adding syntax highlighting, but the current approach doesn't work. We're fixing the way that works by binding this regex engine, and it has to do with some like complicated C garbage, and yeah, that's what we're doing. All sorts of stuff. Hey, what's up, Wassermelon? Hello, hello. Is that a play on German watermelon or something? That's what it sounds like. Okay, so I'm not sure what this match param is, so we're gonna skip over that for now. Match param is used in match with param and search with param. I don't know what that means. That match stack limit size of match param. I don't know what that means. What editor did you use while making this one? Nano, lol. Wassermelon asks, what made you want to create a text editor? Something missing from the ones currently, or you just want to do it for the practice? It's kind of a couple reasons. One of them is, we'll put up chat while I'm just blabbing. One of the reasons that I wanted to write a text editor is I wanted to learn curses, which is a, you know, what the fuck is it called? A cell-oriented terminal rendering library. So, so if we just open something up, that file's empty. So it is the library that makes all of these things show up in a particular way, and like does the, you know, the coloring up there, and like when you navigate around, it re-renders the whole thing, and like you can do, you know, fancy stuff like that. So that's what curses is, and I've definitely learned a whole shit ton about curses while working on that. So that was one of my goals. Another was I wanted to add features to Nano, and Nano's written in C, and it's kind of a mess, so I didn't really want to write more C. That said, I have contributed to Nano, so this functionality right here, which is control plus the arrow key, I did that. The other thing is Nano's removing some features that I really, really like, and I would rather have an editor that has those, and I'd rather not be stuck in, you know, the Stone Age of old version of code and like making that, you know, work on and on and on and on forever. So that's what's up. He uses Nano for some reason I cannot understand. It's funny. Yeah, I don't have an FAQ, Jerklump, but happy to answer any questions that you guys have. Not Vim, not Emacs. I know that fancy stuff suited him. Yeah, I do know how to use Vim. I'm just not as fast at it. Big Jug Sofa says hello there. Hello, hello. Yeah. Too much stuff in chat. I mean, you guys are saying chat. It's fine. It's all good. That's part of Twitch. Why it's there? What's up with Vim and Emacs? Emacs is too clunky for me, and I'm actually faster at writing Nano than I am writing Vim. I'm sure if I switched, I would flip that around and eventually get better at Vim than Nano, but it works well enough for me, and I'm just gonna stick to it. Big Jug Sova says, where do you advise someone to start with when it comes to coding? Ooh, I get this asked a lot. I should really just like record these and stick them up on YouTube and be like, boom, new coding advice. I would start by like learn the basics of a programming language, then find a project that you personally want to work on that will benefit you yourself. That way you stay motivated and like continue to work through it. And you'll spend a bunch of time like doing research on like how to build different parts of your application, but you'll eventually learn stuff along the way, which I think is probably the most important part of programming. But I think that the biggest thing for me was like having a project that I was working on that kept me motivated to continue learning things, and I think that's the best way to learn. I could be wrong, but that's how I. Juan says, why don't you contribute to Supplement? I don't know what that is. It's Supplement. Oh, we'll just Google it. CLI text editor with multi-cursor support. Replicates Sublime text-like functionality in a terminal. I don't know. Probably because it's very different than the keyboard shortcuts that I'm familiar with. And, you know, contributing to something isn't going to help me learn all of the nitty-gritty stuff. Enzac says, you ain't getting tired of saying that over and over again? No, I'm fine to say it over and over now. Jerklump says, I know I asked this before, but why did you opt to run Linux inside of a VM? How did you know it was a VM? I play video games. Also, I've heard OBS works a lot better on Windows, and so that part's at least nicer for me. But I also just, I don't know, kind of like working with Windows, at least when I'm not writing code. But I like Linux for programming, so I do. Viking Coder says, did you submit that bit of code, or you did for the nano editor to the open source project? Yes. I sent them a patch over a mailing list because, you know, modern day doesn't have nice things like GitHub. Yeah, I like made the patch and then sent it as an email, and then they applied the patch, and so that's how it got included. Wassermelon says, for your Twitch bot, did you use one of the Python Twitch libraries, or did you build it yourself? I built it myself. I wanted to, this is another, like, I wanted to learn something, so I wrote it. I wanted to learn async IO, so I built this from scratch, and yeah, it's basically an async IO event loop that, you know, sends your typical IRC like protocol, and then, you know, reads a line at a time and does stuff. Well, it was being kind of buggy this morning, and I wasn't sure whether it was the bot's fault or whether it was Twitch's fault, and I couldn't really figure it out, so whatever. There's probably something that I need to fix that I just haven't really bothered with, but no, I don't work on this very often, but sometimes it's fun to work on the bot. It's incomplete, probably buggy. It works well enough, though. Vander Thrashton says, I do evangelize Emacs just a tiny bit, but I mean, you do you. I will continue doing me. That's what's gonna happen. I do with Vim, but I do code editors for fun just to see they use the term cap. Oh, I see. Oh, we're a brother in a weird way because I use my Emacs in evil mode. I see. Great, thank you. Is it bad that I feel wrong when I take parts of code from Stack Overflow or Google stuff? No. That is arguably the most useful skill of a software engineer, is the ability to Google stuff and get stuff done based on Googling. I'll tell you, we had an incident in the development environments at Lyft the other day where for some reason we just like couldn't run any services, and network requests were failing in like very mysterious ways. And this went on for like a couple of days, and like we experimented with like turning off features of stuff that we thought had been changed recently and like rolling a bunch of stuff back. We couldn't explain why things were broken. And it was like day 3 and like investigating this, and I was like, what if we look at the kernel log and see if the kernel is spewing something weird? And sure enough, we looked at the kernel log and like found this message, and I was like, oh, but I've seen that message before. We'll just ignore that message, and it's probably not a problem. That was my first mistake. But then I came back to that, I don't know, like 6 hours later. I was like, you know what, maybe that was a thing. I googled the kernel error message, found this blog post that like linked some stuff from Stack Overflow, found some like kernel settings to tweak, and sure enough, copy and paste those kernel settings and fixed all of the development environments. Yeah, so don't underestimate Google and Stack Overflow. They're useful for programming. Now you do need to be like careful when you're copy and pasting stuff from there. Like I usually try and understand exactly what's going on and like what settings I'm changing or like what implementation I'm using, and like read the docs for the functions that I'm running. Because like sometimes you can copy and paste some really bad code from Stack Overflow, which that was actually one of the first times that I talked to one of my ex-girlfriends, is because she copied and pasted some code from Stack Overflow and it deleted all of the Git branches in the project that we were working on. So that was an interesting one. But yeah, be careful. Basically, you created a new editor because you're too lazy to change the keyboard shortcuts. That's not it exactly. It's because I wanted the behavior that I have. And if I switched to a different editor, I would obviously have a new set of behaviors and like have to learn a bunch of differences. And like even if I got the keyboard shortcuts working, it still wouldn't work exactly the same. And yeah, so that's what I'm doing. Wow, my eyes, the Windows desktop. Yeah, it's there. Nano is actually pretty actively developed, which I find really weird, like encoder. There's a lot of patches that have gone into it. I'm emailing the Nano project people about his Windows obsession. Yeah, they'll be not happy about that. They're very GNU friendly, or GNU evangelists, so to speak. Watermelon says, awesome, thanks. I've been messing around with my own, and I'll definitely take a look at yours and probably steal a lot of the code. I ran into a few annoying issues. My main one is that it would just stop with no error message or traceback. Oh, interesting. Mine has been doing tracebacks just fine. Pretty easy to like crash it. Well, it's actually a lot harder to crash it now, but when I was first working on it, like I didn't know what I was doing, and so it'd crash all the time. I feel like as long as you understand what the code does, copy and pasting isn't bad. Yeah, I agree. Yes, I do work for Lyft. I work on the infrastructure team doing developer infrastructure. We need Babby mode for Emacs. It's actually kind of close. Stricklam says, do you have a YouTube video showing how you set up your developer environment in a VM? Find your method of working really interesting. I do, but I want to say it exists, and we worked on. I recorded it. I helped my brother set up a development environment. Yeah, I think the beginning of this video talks about it. I basically video called with my brother. Come on, YouTube.
I usually check that box, yes. I also check the minimal install.
Okay, yeah, so here's me helping my brother set up a VM in April of last year. But yeah, this goes through like a lot of the settings and like a lot of the things that we set up there. It doesn't completely get to the same setup that I have, because I like automate a bunch of my stuff. And you can see my automated setup is in this repository. Hey, what's up, Big Jug Sofa? Thank you for the follow. Color chain. Puppet's now dark purple. Interesting. Purple puppet. I guess it makes sense. Purple puppet and Python. But yeah, I use Puppet to automate my virtual machine setup. So I've largely gotten to the point where I download the ISO, run the installer, put an SSH key on my machine, clone that repository from GitHub, and then run a script, and then it sets everything up for me, including like installing Pigeon, setting up Docker, you know, installing Python, all the things that I tend to use pretty often. Yeah, that's kind of my setup there. The GNU grandfathers. Yeah. Cool. So I think, well, I was just scrolling through these functions, wasn't I? Need those pages. Yeah. I'm not sure what this match param stuff is about, but we might get to that eventually. Search. I don't actually need regex search to answer my stuff. You worked at Pied Piper, by the way. Nice. I still have not seen Silicon Valley, except for like a few parts of an episode. I know what you're talking about. Can I ask more questions, or are you going back to work? Feel free to ask questions. I'm going to continually context switch between trying to work and answering questions, so it's completely fine that you guys ask away. I'm happy to answer. Onig match. Match string and return results and matching region. Not pass byte string. Regex. The string and its end. Target string, the termination address. Yeah, this is like a really weird API. I don't know why they did this. It seems strange. Like the API that I would expect is like pointer and length, but this is pointer and termination of pointer, which is just it's very not how I would have written this. I don't know what's going on there. Match address of target string. What does that mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? I don't know what that means. Match address of target string. Match string and return results and matching region. Oh, is this for... Maybe I'll look at some other examples. Concern Doge. Yeah. Okay, so it might just be that they use different terminology here, and that's why I'm confused. Let's look at the parameters here. This uses search. Search string returns search result and matching region. This reads the same as this one down here. So that makes sense. But they use start here. Search start address of target region. Search terminate address. So if this is working how I expect it to, this is the like offset in the string where it's going to start reading from. Is going to be my guess. Which is fine. Big Jug Sofa says, do you think getting a degree in software engineering and then working as a freelancer and not getting an actual job is a good idea? Because I'm kind of that type that hates when somebody tells them what to do. I hate working on stuff, and I don't like that I don't like or agree on. Am I on the wrong idea or side? I mean, what you do as a job is up to you, bud. I think working as a freelancer is definitely a way that you can make a living. It is not how I would want to work though, but then again, like I highly value stability, and like working on freelance for me is kind of terrifying because like you don't have like a stable set of income, and it's like a highly variable income. The other thing you have to worry about is like funding for, well, if you're in the US, you have to worry about like health insurance and that sort of deal. Freelance. Lance was innocent. Yeah. Yeah, so like the variability there would be rough for me. But I mean, if it works for you, then make it happen. Recursive Chat says, can you explain how to use double undersetter and how to avoid infinite recursion? Yes. So let's just make a silly object. So the naive way that you would do set editor is like is something like this, and this is what's going to trigger your infinite recursion. So you make your object, and then do c.foo equals foo, something like that. And this is going to give you your recursion error. And the way you can get around this is do super.setEditor x to do this. Super takes at least one argument. Oh, we need Python 3. Duh. Super object has no what the fuck? Oh. One too few underscores. So it tried to do name mangling here. Double underscore. Yeah, so this is how you do set editor. Or if you want like a more direct way to say this, you would use object.setEditor. Either of these two would work. So that's usually what I would do. Then again, I don't find that I use double under set editor very often because it's it's a little bit of metaprogramming, so you kind of really only need it in super special cases. You can't do any other logic there. I mean, set another adder, say self.bar. Yeah, you can do whatever you want here. It's just arbitrary code. But if you do need to set any of the attributes, you'll need to send them through the superclass or use object.double_setEditor. Because otherwise, the act of doing self.bar equals 1, this will go through double_setEditor again. So that ends up in our Borkin category down here. But yeah, you can do any code in here except for this, because that'll recurse forever. Unless you have like some sort of termination condition or something like that. That's what I was missing. Calling super.double_setEditor for setting self to bar. Oh, okay, yeah, cool. Yep. That'll avoid your recursion error there. Okay, so it seems to me like we can use this function here. I'm gonna copy this signature into my module. This one. Start and end at region and then option type. No trailing commas. I didn't have the other okay, so we'll use this one. And there were some actual useful option types here that we need. Address for return group match info. Null is allowed. I think we do actually need this. Add this as more of the options up here. I've only put in the options that I need. Not BOL and not EOL. Option POSIX region. Region argument is regex match T type of POSIX API. What? Yeah, no problem. Happy to help. I don't know what this option does, so we're just not going to implement that one. String head of stir. Oh, I see. It's using that notation because up here it just copies and pastes it here. Cool. I actually don't care about this option. There's a car alarm going off. I don't know if you guys probably can't hear it. I've learned that my microphone doesn't really pick up a lot of the noise that you guys hear outside. It's been super windy today for whatever reason. Let's see if we can see that in weather. But I went for a run today and it was a struggle. Yeah, right now the wind is 22 miles an hour. Let me see the maximum wind speed for today. Clear / wind. Yeah. Gusty winds diminishing after midnight. Winds at 20 to 30 miles an hour. Higher wind gusts possible. Yeah. So when I was running, there was a point where like I'm just like running in place because I couldn't actually like move forward because the wind was just like pushing me, which was pretty weird. Oh, also the ocean tides were super high today to the point where they were like spilling over the. There's a running path that I run on. So let's see if we can see that on Google Maps. So I was running. Oh, up here. So I was running along here, and this was all flooded. Yeah, so this is where I go running along this path, and the water here, which in this photo is like 4 feet below this path here, the water was spilling over this pathway here. Yeah, so like you can kind of see like how far down it is there, but it was it was a lot. And I was getting like hit by waves, and so I was just like soaking wet after running this today. But anyway, really windy in San Mateo for whatever reason. Oh, you guys can't hear the car alarm? Cool. Perfect. Not that I edit, but it means I don't have to do any editing. Okay, so I know we don't have this type yet. I know we have this type, so let's look at what this region type is. Prefix include warning region. Typed abstract RE registers. Edit the live stream, just pause reality, right? You got ignored. Did you say something? No, I answered you. I think. I'm pretty sure I answered your question, Big Jug Sofa. Did I miss some part of it? I said that it like if freelancing works for you, then make it happen. It's just not for me. Look up. I don't see your message. Like, here's what I see. I see these messages, and then up here I see this message, and I'm pretty sure I answered that one. Twitch has been super flaky for me today, so it could be that Twitch has just like lost your message, but I'm not sure. We're having a big storm here in Germany right now. Oh. Is this wind speed, I assume? In meters per second. Wow. It didn't send sorry. Alright, bud. See? I didn't miss you, friend. Hey, what's up, Marco8137? Hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so unfortunately, it looks like in order to get this type here, since I need to make a value type for this, I also need this struct, and then I need this struct, and then I need this struct. And this is recursive, so that's fine. A little annoying, but we can copy these in here. Net result region type. Delete all the comments because we don't care about those. I wonder if I can do this. It works in Babby, but it doesn't work in Nano. Garbage. Oh, and then we need the last type def down here. There we go. There it is. Okay, so in theory, what I should be able to do here is build that. And then in my demo function, I should be able to do hatch. And I don't know what this type is going to look like yet, but we can just define it as a stub for now. And okay, so we need to call this function. What type is pattern? Pattern is regex star star. But we can save some of those dereferences by just doing this. Bracket 0 bracket. Although, is that going to free that array? I don't know how this works, but we're going to try that, and surely everything will blow up in my face. But that's fine. Okay. We need self.pattern. The string that we're matching, so we need to convert this into a byte string. Let's see, s buffer equals ffi dot new character type, and then this. Okay, so oh, FFU. Nice. GG me. Yeah, this is the kind of messy C code stuff, and the wacky binding. Great idea. Work by day, freelance by night. Yes. Also another idea. Depending on whether that's compatible with what your employer will let you do, because some software companies put a clause that prevents you from making money in other ways outside of work, which can suck, but things go. Alright, let's see. Nice buff, and then that's kind of the beginning and the ending of the string. And then at is just going to be sbuff again. This is the position in the string that we're looking at, but we're gonna cheat here and just slice the string. This also saves us from like encoding, I think. Although, then it can't do back reference. Maybe we shouldn't do that. Do that. That will get us that thing. Region, we need to make one of those. I'm torn on whether I should do it like this comma 1 or put the 1 in here. Kind of like both of them. I think I'm gonna end up changing my mind back and forth on this a bunch of times, but let's do this one instead. Well, I think I did that up here though. Oh, but this one is different. So I could put that in here. Big Sofa says, Anthony, I live in North Africa, Tunisia to be exact, and it's 2020, and I'm still running DSL while fiber optic is way too expensive. Man, I wish you knew how hard it is to live in a poor country. No PayPal, no fiber, no easy visa. The only good thing is the great views. Other than that, even people suck way too traditional. Anyway, I wanted to say, any solution for the internet? That's unfortunate. I'm sorry to hear that. A lot of those things are things that I just take for granted. I don't even really think about them, but I don't know what I would do without them. Like, no, my internet situation is something that, like, if I didn't have a stable internet connection, my life is pretty sad, to be honest. Although, you know, once or twice a year I do experience it when I go home, and my internet's awful there. Hey, what's up, Ultimates F4 guy? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Oh yeah, the freelancing policy. Yeah, don't work for them. But Marco says, why are you not using Vim? So that you can ask questions and you can judge me silently and be like, what the fuck? Why is this dude not using Vim? What's wrong with this person? I'm using Nano because I'm fast enough at it. It gets the job done for me. Technically, I do know how to use Vim. I'm just not as fast at it. You gotta make a video explaining Nano, but soon I will not use Nano, and then I won't ever have to explain it again. He's a Nano open source developer, yeah. True on several accounts. You don't need fiber optic, really. You can survive on DSL. There are worse internet places to live in the US than your country. Yeah, like rural Michigan is probably worse than that. Why are you using Babby? Right? One commit counts. Indeed it does. I'm not judging you, I was just wondering, you're using a terminal. People who develop a terminal are usually on Emacs or Vim. Yes. Some of us are on Nano. I got distracted here. Region equals that. And then we have this one option. Isn't considered the beginning of the line. Oh, we don't actually need this option. We don't need either of those options. So we'll just kill that. Region, and then this option lib.onig. option none. Okay, so in theory, that should allow us to match a string. So let's see what happens when we do that. Pattern.match foo. Build and then run the demo. Optional. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, lib.this. Right, we don't actually have breakpoints in Python 3.6. So we can reinstall it later. And some people using Nano like me. Yeah. Boston is tough as well, I hear. I have some friends in Boston that have decent internet. Marco says, what are you developing? It's a bit down the rabbit hole, but I'm building my own text editor. Yeah, so here's my own text editor. But you'll notice it doesn't have syntax highlighting. So I'm adding syntax highlighting. Here's a demo of like very, very simple syntax highlighting that's working. Here's one that's slightly more complicated that's also working. But the regex engine in Python is not powerful enough to handle all of the syntaxes. You can see like it crashes for that. And so what we're doing is we're taking the regex engine that all of the other text editors use, like VS Code uses this, TextMate uses it, Sublime Text, Atom, and a couple others that, you know, are the big boys in syntax highlighting and text editors. They all use this same approach and the same engine, and so I'm writing bindings for it in Python so that I can do the same thing as well. And that's what I'm working on. The weather is good, but I'm a nerd and I want to watch this shit in 4K, not go outside. Well, I'm not streaming in 4K, and I don't know that streaming code in 4K would be that useful. Yeah. Yes, that little checkbox. Live in the US, you would probably want to go out all the time, even to the gym or something. Yeah, I guess. Hey, what's up, Aaron? Hello, hello. Yeah, I'm writing my own editor in Python. Not just for Python, but in Python. They wrote VS Code and JavaScript, yes. Okay, yeah, but now we should have breakpoint. Actually, that means that the function didn't segfaults. That's something. Okay, so what did we get here? Ret equals 3. What does that mean? Normal return is the match length. Okay, so that's something. Address for return group match info. What is this region type again? This thing? RE registers. And do we have to free this thing? Oh, I guess I own this object. But I don't own these objects. Yeah, VS Code is in JavaScript. It was because like Atom and, well, isn't it an Electron app? Yeah. Electron is JavaScript, and so it was just easy to do that. This music seems a little bit loud. It's gonna be too quiet later. Okay, so am I doing here? Unallocated things. What does it mean? One register. Two int pointers. I wish I understood what these were doing. Oh, but since it's dot match, we only care. We only care whether it matched or not. Right? We don't actually care about the length. We don't care about. We do eventually care about these groups. History root is null. No fucking idea what's going on here. Yo, the American dream is bullshit too. Big Jug Sofa. It's not always nice here. Any dream is a personal thing, cannot be taken away from you. Just because the place you live now is slower in technology doesn't mean that will continue, and you will have your own dream and not what some people in another country wrote or told you to have. That's fair. Marco says, compile it and run it stepped fashion, aka debug the C library program and then use it. Don't guess. I mean, that's kind of what I'm doing. I just don't quite know what these values mean. And I probably don't actually care about these. And this is just a linked list here. Although I don't know why it's called a tree node. What is this pointer? Oh, it is a tree. Why is it a tree though? Does it need to be a tree? I don't think it needs to be a tree. Oh, it needs to be a tree because the groups are like those weird recursive groups. Who's the most used ID? Is it already VS Code? I just read it. It's only been around since 2015. It wouldn't surprise me. These are all just people's top 10 lists. Top text editors by usage 2019. No idea. Those Google results were all garbage. Debugging in something like Qt Creator or some other editors, GDB is not that visual. The visual debugging might help you. I mean, it would, but they all suck. And I'm pretty good at the terminal debugger. This is at least the Python part, which is what I care about. I don't really care about the C types at the bottom of it. The coding community is one of the most toxic while being the most real and helpful at the same time. Thanks. Yeah. Yeah, we can swing back and forth between being the worst people ever and some of the most helpful people. So the thing is, there's no groups here, so this is fine. So not found is less than 0, but this value. So we need that. where does that appear in this header? Use pattern error. Memory, bug. Undefined bytecode. Oh. These seem like they're all going to be really hard to actually trigger. I don't know how we're going to test that portion. Undefined, I feel like these ones would be the easiest. Default encoding is not setted. I shouldn't make fun. English is not their primary language. Initialize. Probably want to convert this region object into an actual value, but we can show this for now. Okay, so we should assert we get something from that. Build, and then demo. Okay, so that's working. Well, somewhat working. Let's see. Match. Pattern.match. Ooh, let's look at this object and see what we get out of that. We have that byte string and the start and the length of 3, so in theory, like, match.sb match.match start to match.match start plus match.match length. That's the group that it matched. And there is it back in text. Okay, so that's kind of working. Use the debugger that much when I was doing it. It's possible that it do the calls as assembly. Oh, let's see. One says, I lol at the people that when you make a mistake in English, they think you don't know the language. Bro, I make mistakes in my own too. Hey now, I make mistakes as well, but like, it's evident this person's first language isn't English. Their English is fine. Like, I understood what they were saying, but but there's no need for the TD here. Yeah. You're right. I'm being pedantic. No bueno. Yeah, I agree. It's also not your first language either, so you're okay to make mistakes as well. I'm okay to make mistakes, even though it is my first language. Big Joe stuff says, yeah, once new guy on Discord, he seems so nice, and as soon as he finished coding his Netflix account checker, he became so full of himself, and we used to help each other. Yeah, makes sense. People, no, it can go to people's heads. Hey, what's up, Ursula Hamster? Hello, hello. Even people in the US sound very different from Texas to Guam. Yeah. I don't know, is Texas really part of the United States? Okay, so let's try and do something with groups and see what happens there, since that seems somewhat working. Let's see. Now I need to implement all these functions. What other functions do I use from match? Hey, Ursula Hamster, thank you for the follow. Hello, hello. Yeah, I use end, start, and oh, this is still in the other stuff. Care about that. Use end, and end, expand. We use expand. Need to implement that one. That one's gonna be complicated. I'm hoping there's some like function that just does it for me though. We'll see. Okay, so you're running GNOME with some extension that makes Windows spread like an i3 gap spread. Nope. These are just windows that I carefully arrange before the stream. Yeah. But I know, everyone's like, you should run i3, and I did that one stream, and it's just not for me. Yeah. I mean, I use the mouse all the time, and so, like, it's just how it goes. It works well enough for me. Philippines is the US too. It is indeed. Hey, what's up, GeoTrek? Welcome back. I am working on Babby, but indirectly. I'm building bindings for a regex engine so that I can use it for the highlighting engine for Babby. But I did get more of my highlighting engine working, so this is what it does so far. But it's intractably broken because I'm not using the right regex engine. So you can see, like, I can't highlight Python yet, which is cry sadness, and we'll get there eventually. Sure, sweetie, sure. All right, Ursula. Let's see. Manual tiling window manager. Yep, I'm the window manager. Not pixel perfect. Oh wait, why is this one taller than the other? Oh, now they're all over the place. Close enough. He's not even using Tmux or anything. I do know how to use Tmux, but I'm just like not as fast at it as anyone And then I can't use the mouse, and I use the mouse all the time. I mean, you can use the mouse, but it copies and pastes weird. I don't really like it. But I do know how to use tmux, and actually that's how the test suite of Bappy works. Kind of. Where's a simple test? The indent test. Yeah, so this runner here actually spins up a tmux session in the background and like types text into it, presses keys on it, and then like scrapes the screen and writes assertions based on it. So if I like run that test, well, the fast ones are fake tmux, and these ones are like actually running tmux, which is why it's a little bit slower. What the fuck? What do you mean failing? Oh yeah, this test is flaky. Oh, pay no attention to the flaky test. Something I need to fix. I know why it's flaky, and I know kind of how to fix it, but I haven't higher priorities than fixing a race condition that only happens when the code goes really slow or the code goes really fast. Because you can't, like, it's almost impossible to hit this in reality, because you basically have to press 2 keys within within 500 microseconds of each other, and like humans just like really can't do that. If I skip all the tmux tests, they all run very, very fast. Because I have another test mode that fakes tmux in the in memory. But anyway, I do know how to use tmux, but I just don't. Currency UK says, pretty new to Python. When should I use classes? So I'm of the type that is pretty, as you see classes on screen. I'm of the type that you generally should avoid classes unless you absolutely need them. They can be helpful for organizing stuff, like data and such. But I like to use them as like containers and not so much as like object-oriented programming classes. Like this object here is really just like, this is the state and it's immutable, so like I can't modify it or anything. But we'll have some functions that will give you results that come together from this collected data. But it's not actually like a mutable class or anything. I mean, actually, I probably could have done the same thing here, but I don't want this to be exposed. Yeah. But anyway, like I don't really use classes all that much, personally. I tend to prefer more procedural functional programming. Not functional programming, but like functions that take values and return values. Not the like, aha, let's use map, filter, and reduce everywhere and try and re-implement Lisp in every programming language. No, I'm not about that. That's not my jam. Marco8137 says, why wouldn't you use a library in C for regex? Just add it as a dependency. That's what I'm trying to do. That's exactly what I'm trying to do. This library that I'm using is written in C. Grep-o. Do xargs. It has 80 C files in it, and that's how this particular regex engine is built. And this is the flavor that I need to support. And so what I'm doing is I'm writing Python bindings for this C regex engine. So the C is already there, and that's already written. The binding part is the tricky thing that I'm doing. You should code vertical split to Nano and submit it to the Nano project. Yeah, no, I'm done writing crappy C code for Nano, so I'm not about that. That's not gonna happen. Let's see. Ursula says, so what are you doing, Anthony? I'm knitting, but having itchy fingers and would love to play a game. I mean, I'm writing some code. That's kind of what I'm working on. Itchy fingers. can't say that I did a little bit of knitting myself way back when. I knitted a scarf for a girlfriend in high school, or I helped. Well, I did some of it. My mom did most of it, but I did a little bit. Hey, what's up, John CBV? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, I was garbage at knitting. It's just so much finger twiddling. I get bored really easily. My problem. Endless River says, I'm still using Screen. Is it worth looking into Tmux? From what I understand, Tmux is better than Screen in like every single way. But also I could never really figure out Screen, so maybe that's just because Tmux is easier for newbies, but I don't know. Big Jug Sofa says, it's 2 a.m. here and I have physics class tomorrow morning. Thanks. I'll check out the YouTube channel. Good night. Well, thanks for stopping by, Big Jug Sofa. Hope to see you around in the future. Use Screen before and hard-coded scripts so I get my own settings. That's the only advantage Screen has over Tmux. The Screen position is easier to make. Oh, interesting. OOP stands for OO procrastination. Nice. Kearns UK asks if anyone wants to critique some code. I mean, feel free to post it. There's no limitation on links. You can send links as much as you want. Tmux is an absolute joy. You'll know what I mean when you put it on a server, but you cannot position terminal splits in a script. You need a library which are broken or too hard to modify to use. Yeah, I kind of ran into some of that myself. So you can kind of do it in scripts. T0-L40? Nope, that's not what I wanted. Oh, maybe that's too many lines. Yeah, so T-put lines. So this split a pane created a new pane that's 20 lines tall. So you can kind of, not H, what is it? There we go. This is a horizontal split that has a width of 20. So you can kind of control it that way, but I agree, it's not the nicest, and there isn't a way to like take an existing pane and resize it well in scripts. So that can be problematic. Your Trek says, do you prefer C++ or Rust? Well, I haven't written very much Rust, personally. I would love to write more Rust, so I don't actually know. I'm not sure I know enough Rust to properly answer that. It seems really promising. I think like its memory safety is a really cool feature. But I mean, just from experience, I would write C++ before I wrote Rust, just if I was trying to get a problem done. But I'm excited for Rust. I want to write some more. My name here, my name here, 1337 says, do you code for a living? Yes, I work at Lyft on infrastructure, where I make developers productive, or at least I try. I'm having problems declaring containers and creating multiple classes. Can anyone help? I mean, postcode, let's go for it, man. Disassembly in Qt. Why didn't I know this was possible? Ooh, nice. Sounds good. I'm kind of stuck to Screen though. It's pre-installed on Ubuntu and I have no root on the servers I'm working in. You can build Tmux from source. I've done that before. It's actually really easy to build from source. You just clone it from GitHub, and there's like a makefile in there or something. It's a configure script. Yeah. Okay, yeah. You can just like clone it from Git and run this. So if you absolutely wanted to run Tmux, you could. What happened? Where did my tab go? That was weird. Mark the Skipper says, what are you using to generate the Python bindings for the engine? Something like Swig or manual binding generation? I'm using cffi. The way cffi works is partially manual, partially automated. So the manual portion is I need to copy all the types and signatures into this blob here. And the automated portion is it reads all these, scans those, and generates code for them. And also it reads this header file and like hooks everything up together. This is my first time working in cffi, so I'm not. The jury's still out on whether I like it or whether I think this is a good idea or not. But it's working kind of so far, so it's kind of alright, I guess. But yeah, I'm still not 100% sure on whether like I actually like what's going on here or not. But we'll see when I get something that's more working. Yeah, the O1 joke. Or the OX joke. ON bang is OMG. Yeah. Writing Rust is like playing Doom. I mean, I feel like you spend a lot of time fighting with a borrow checker, but I don't think I ever fought a borrow checker while playing Doom. My name here says, any tips for a programming hobbyist? No degrees, no pro experience to hop to a career in developing. I mean, practice, build stuff, like build up a resume, build up projects. Like it's actually not too difficult to go from like not having a career to making it a career. The hardest part is getting into your first job. After that, you can always use the experience that you have on a job to leverage your next job after that. And like, I think it's pretty good advice that your first job probably won't be your last job, especially if you want to make more money. The easiest way to like make more money is to switch jobs. Hey, what's up, Psycode? With the highlighted C in chat. Cool. Okay, we're caught up in chat. Okay, what was I doing? We were trying to implement this match object. Oh, but I wanted to see what happened. I wanted to see what happened if we took a different pattern that has a group. We should get group info here, I think. What was the type of that? Region dot allocated. Region 0 dot allocated, right? Because everything is an array. Okay, so that was 10 last time as well. I don't know what's up with that. Num reges. What did we get before? We did not run that in this tab. I don't know what we got before. I think we got 0 there before. And then beg and end. I don't know what those are about. They don't seem that useful. They're integer pointers, which I think is weird. This was null last time. It's still null. It's still null. Why are you still? And if I dereference it, we get a segfault, right? And a dereference null pointer. Oh, interesting. Gives you an error instead of just dying. Kind of nice. Ugh. How do I get the region info then? Let me see. Let's see. Don't need that setting. Just for return group match info. Null is allowed. Weird, weird, weird. People that started in data science and moved over to classic dev job. Interesting. I find that a lot of people go the other direction. But yeah, I think data science requires a lot more math and such to do well at. Ursula says, my first job was easy and fun, wanted to become a med, but changed my mind. Makes sense. I actually originally started in, I was going to do med school also. Most of my schooling is actually in biochemistry and not in computer science. I switched during my third year to computer science and then like tried to jam a whole major into 2 years, which I would not recommend. It was it was a lot. Okay, how do I get the group info out? Maybe if I look at examples. They have examples. But yeah, I was gonna do pre-med, and then I was like, nah, I don't really want to spend a bunch of money and time in school. Maybe I'll do pre-pharmacy instead, which is a little bit less of a program. And then I was like, that's still more school. And then I was gonna do research, and then I realized I didn't like labs, and so I said, fuck that. I'm doing computers. And I really like computers, so I'm glad I picked that. Open up a bunch of these samples and see if we can find any things that are about pop. Num regexes. Oh, it's an int pointer. The offsets. Okay. So, if we look at region 0.beg0 and n0. Oh, this is in the first regex. Okay, so this is region 0. Got it. So this is not the regex that we were looking at. This should have region.numReges. This should have 2, and if we look at beg0 and n0, 17 characters. Cool. Okay. That's nifty. But surely I have to free this object, right? R is greater than equal. Okay, so if it got a match, this is that plus the groups. If it mismatched, it failed. Otherwise, we print the error message. Oh, onig region free. One is free self, 0 is free contents only. We want to free the contents only, I think. Everything's an object in Java, they claim, but you don't have to write additional classes to code calculator. Yeah, that's right. You were a code doctor. Yeah, I mean, having a title would have been kind of cool, you know, like Dr. Satili, but yeah, I don't have that. This is the one song in the playlist that has eyeballs. And just every time. Gets me every single time. Okay, so we do actually need this function. Okay, but I think I understand how this works without all these other examples, so that's nifty. Cute grill, yes. I mean, just based on the eyes, we can I don't know if we can assume it's a grill, but probably a grill. My name here says, but I'm wondering if those are strong preferences, hard requirements. I forget what we're talking about. Not gonna lie. Oh, you're talking about job requirements, which require like 2+ years. Honestly, just fucking apply. Like, the recruit, like, a lot of the job postings are just complete garbage, and you can bullshit your way through most of them. And honestly, they don't even need a lot of those requirements most of the times. Like, I remember seeing this job offering like right after Swift came out that was like looking for 5 years of experience in Swift development. It's like, that's literally impossible. No one could have that, yet they're still hiring people and they're still doing their job. I think, like, you know, job requirements are things that, at least in the computer science field, are more of like a this is like the kind of things you might be working on sort of deal, and not so much like, you absolutely must fit all of these requirements or we'll never hire you, blah blah blah. Yeah, tech interviewing is kind of a bunch of bullshit too. But, that's a whole nother spiel. I'm not sure specifically what development field I'd like to work in. Web dev, mobile dev, etc. Yeah, there's all sorts of different ones. We also like computer, or you didn't notice. Yeah. It's true. If your code is bad, call the code doctor. Wee you, code doctor. Yeah. I feel like I'm more like a code janitor than a code doctor, but it happens. I'd like them if they would speak more human. It's easy to learn a human language, but explaining a computer what to do seems all weird. I feel like after a while, I think like starting with programming, sure, like it's a little bit weird, all of the like concepts and structures, but once you get like some of the basics, a lot of the other stuff makes a lot more sense. And like once you know one programming language, I think it's a lot easier to learn other programming languages. Like I didn't know Python. Speaking of being underqualified for a job, when I joined Yelp, I didn't know any Python at all. And what did I do for like 99% of my time at Yelp? Write Python. I was actually hired to do JavaScript, and then that didn't really happen all that much. Viking Coder says, as long as we're on the topic, how was your interview there at Lyft? Oh, my interview at Lyft was a disaster. Every part of it was so fucked. Our recruiting is... Oh. You're fucking clowns. Okay, so this is actually a great story. I will put up chat while I'm doing this because it's gonna be a while. Okay, so last time I searched for a job, I basically applied to a bunch of different places all at once. I should not play with my wallet as close to the camera as you guys are gonna get my credit card information. We're gonna put that over there. So I applied to a bunch of places all at once and like lined up all my interviews so that they all happened within like two weeks or so. Hey, what's up, C Complex? Hello. So lined up all my interviews, and I guess we can just talk about the Lyft ones because the rest of them are not that interesting. But the typical way an interviewing saga begins is with a recruiter screen, which was you talk to a recruiter, they ask you like what you're interested, what sort of tech you work on, that sort of deal. So I did my little spiel and like try to not go into too many details because most of the recruiters don't really know the difference between like infrastructure and front end. So like, I work on computers, I write software, I'm good at the softwares. Get through a recruiter screen. The recruiter screen was fine. Basically just like talked about some stuff. So then I got set up with the phone screen, which is where an engineer is going to ask you like a question over the phone, and we do like at Lyft we do like a programming question using CoderPad, which if you haven't worked with CoderPad, I've actually contributed to CoderPad, but I haven't worked there. But and it they've gotten rid of the code that I contributed, but at some point when you did Python 3. Yeah, I know how this works. Originally, we needed Python 3. Actually, let's see what it is now. Yeah, they're just running Bionic now. But before they were running Ubuntu Trusty, and I was like, hey, I maintain Python backports, and you could run my backports on your servers. And so they're like, oh, we don't have to run Python 3.4? We don't have to run technology from 2013? Cool, let's do it. And so they were using my packages for a while, but now they've decided to use modern operating systems, as they should. But anyway, so coding phone screen. I was in Eastern time at the time because I was at my at the time girlfriend's place in Toronto, and I had set the time for 1 Pacific, knowing that it would be 10 a.m. Eastern time. I think I got the time right. +3, -3. And so I was like, at 10 a.m., I was like, I'm ready. Got my laptop. I got the CoderPad opened up. I'm ready to go. 1 Pacific is 4 Eastern. Okay, yeah. Anyway, you're right. But it was okay. So it was 1 Eastern and 10 Pacific. Either way, it was 10 o'clock and 1 o'clock. I have it backwards, but thank you, Mark. But yeah, I was ready at 10 a.m. I was ready to go, and sitting on my laptop. 10:01 goes by, and I'm like, okay, I should get a call. They're a little bit late. I don't know what's going on. At 10:05, I'm like, fuck. What? Why have they not called yet? So then I like messaged the recruiter, called the recruiter, and I got no response from everyone. I'm like, oh, have I been ghosted? Is this my first ghosting of an interview? This kind of sucks. And 10:10 goes by, still haven't heard anything from anyone. 10:15 goes by, still haven't heard anyone from anyone. At 10:20, I put my laptop away. I'm like, fuck this. They're never gonna talk to me. Whatever. And then I think I was playing Pokemon at the time, so I'm back to playing Pokemon. I got a call at 10:45, so 45 minutes into the interview. And the person gets on the phone. They're like, oh, sorry, I forgot that I had an interview today. And I'm like, hey, cool, awesome. He's like, well, we have 15 minutes left. Do you want to do the programming interview? And I'm like, well, usually I'm doing the math in my head because I did a bunch of interviewing when I was at Yelp, and Yelp's interviews are 45 minutes, and this one's an hour. And so usually what that means is you'll spend 5 minutes on introduction, you'll spend 45 minutes actually working on the problem, and then you'll have 10 minutes left over at the end to like ask questions or whatever. So I'm doing my math in my head, and I'm like, well, we don't have the intro time anymore. If we did intro and outro, that would eat up the entire remaining time, so it couldn't have been that. And I'm like, well, usually your questions take 45 minutes, but we have 15, so we'll see how it goes. But then I was just like, fuck it, let's go. What could go wrong? Let's do the question. It turns out, fortunately, I was pretty quick to find the little trick to the puzzle, and like actually answered the question within 15 minutes. I think it actually took like 3 minutes because it actually wasn't that hard. And then they're like, okay, seems good enough, and then hung up. They didn't even give me the time to like ask questions or anything. They were just like, cool, bye. And the name of the interviewer, his name is Garrett, which is important for the rest of this story. Just remember that Garrett interviewed me as the phone screen. So that was a disaster, but apparently I did well enough in the phone screen, and then the recruiter reached out to me and was like, okay, we'd like to schedule it on site, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, cool, this is pretty standard operating practice for that. And I was like, okay, cool, we'll do an on-site. And she's like, okay, well, make sure to bring your laptop, because there's a coding interview for one section of it, and then there's like design and architecture interviews for another section, and then you'll talk with a hiring manager, and you'll eat lunch, and blah, 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 blah. And I was like, cool. sounds great. Awesome. Because I had done a bunch of these before, so I kind of knew what they were like. And then the day, so it's funny because I live in the Bay Area, but I was in Toronto, so I got a bunch of like flights from Toronto to the Bay Area and then back, which like is kind of funny, but yeah. So got on my flight from Toronto to SF, you know, took my free Lyft credits to the office because they give out Lyft credits for people that interview, which is pretty cool. I arrived early because I was like, you know, I don't want to be late. And they put me in a room and they're like, okay, well, someone will come get you when it's time to interview. And like I knew when my interview was supposed to start, and it was supposed to start at like 11 or something. I'm looking. Well, I didn't have a watch, so I wasn't looking at my watch. I was looking at my computer time. I was like, okay, it's 10:55. Cool, we got 5 more minutes till we start. And now it's 11. They should be here. Now it's 11:05. Why are they not here yet? And they ended up coming in at 11:07, so started my programming interview 7 minutes late, which was not great, but you know, we give candidates an hour and a half to do the programming portion of the interview, so that was not so bad. The problem was really easy for me, so I just like did it in like 15 minutes and then just like fucked around for an hour, which was good because the interviewer never checked in on me. They were just like, here, good luck, here's the problem, bye. And like didn't explain the problem or anything. At least when I do laptop interviews, I sit down with the candidate and I like make sure that they read through all the spec and stuff and like actually work out the problem and like think about the different things, and I give them some tips and like some like programming language specific tips sometimes even. And like I make sure that they're going down the right path before I'm like, all right, I'll check in on you every 20 minutes, but I'm not gonna look over your shoulder. But this guy was just like, peace. Good luck, have fun. Which was fine. It turns out the programming problem that they gave me, you can implement it in 1 line of bash. And technically, according to our grading rubric, that 1 line of bash would pass with an 80%, which is enough to pass the interview. And I pointed this out. I was like, you know, this problem is like pretty silly. There's this very easy solution to it using grep and awk was how I did it with one pipe. And he's like, yeah, but just pretend that it's harder or whatever. And so like I did my ideal solution using a try, which I pip installed a try because I was not about to just write a try, because that's no fun. But yeah, I did the coding interview, and then I get to my first design and architecture interview, and the person that walks in the room is like, okay, we're gonna do design and architecture, and I'm like, cool. Are you gonna introduce yourself? Like, I'd like to know your name and like what's going on. Hi, I'm Garrett. Like, fuck, man, I already had an interview with you, and it's never supposed to happen. You're never supposed to have the same interviewer twice. But Garrett walked in and did my first design and architecture interview, and then my second design and architecture interview, and it went fine. My second design and architecture interview, the person who was shadowing the interview was an intern that I worked with at Yelp, so like knew the guy. But anyway, the actual interview day went fine except for the beginning. But then, after all of this is said and done, the next day the recruiter calls me and is like, yeah, everyone said that you did great, and we're reviewing your stuff and like trying to put together an offer and like blah 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 blah. And I was like, okay, cool, sounds great. And then my recruiter, instead of sending the offer details to the committee that's supposed to approve or deny the offers, she sent the offer directly to me. Including lines that was like, yada yada yada, signing bonus if the candidate asks for it. And this is the salary band. This is the percentile that we're gonna give this candidate. And I was like, wait a minute, what the fuck is this? And then I realized that she had screwed up, and so I sent her an email. I didn't reply to that thread. I replied to her other email, and I was like, hey, I'm really interested in working at Lyft. I think that I would probably sign today if my salary was, pick the 99th percentile of that band. And if I got a signing bonus of the number of the signing bonus. And it was a done deal from there. And that's how I'm working at Lyft. But it was kind of a disaster. Oh, now I'm really far behind on chat. Let's see. No, there's just asking about Lyft. I'm looking to change my job soon. But yeah, other than that, like our interviewing is not that much of a shit show, and I feel like it's gotten better recently. But like, I was pretty bad when I went through it. Oh, also, I was supposed to like talk with the recruiter and do like or I was supposed to talk with some managers to like figure out what team I was supposed to work on after I'd like figured out the offer, and my recruiter went on vacation the day that I was supposed to show up. And so I showed up at the office because I was like, I'm here, I might as well talk to people. And she like organized me to meet up at the office, and no one was there to talk to me. So, and I got in the office and the security guy was like, are you supposed to be here? You're not on our list. Are you bullshitting me? And like, he was very convinced that I was trying to break into the office and like steal secrets or whatever. But eventually, like, I called the recruiter, and she gave me her personal cell phone, which is a little bit weird. Yeah, I called her personal cell phone. She's like, "Oh, I'm in Chicago. Sorry. I'll call some people and like move some stuff around to make sure that people can talk to you and yada yada." And like, they put me in a meeting room, and eventually they handed me a laptop and like had me talk to some people remote. Because apparently the managers that I was potentially working with weren't even in the office. But yeah, and then it was fine. It really wasn't that bad. It's just a fun story though. Let's see. Ursula says, JavaScript, yeah, Python is more friendly than the people who do it. Thanks. Let's see. They make you code in a fictional internet editor. I've never done that. Done a lot of bullshit, but not nice things in the interview process. They always ask me about architecture, object-oriented crap. Yeah. The fictional internet editor actually isn't that bad. It's pretty nice, but it's not really like, it's not perfect. Phone interviews in 2020. Yeah, I mean, it's the cheapest way to do it. Super Fortnite Guy 124 says, what version of Ubuntu are you using? I'm using 1804. Which is the LTS release. I prefer LTS because it's a little bit more stable than the like rolling or latest releases. So it works a little bit nicer for me. Again, like I'm a stability person. I like things that stay put. Although I'll probably be upgrading to 2004 when that LTS comes out, which will be in a couple of months. I'm looking forward to that. Hopefully I can finish my text editor by then, because I don't want to use the new version of Nano. My last interview was 35 minutes late. Yeah, they blamed it on the net. Bummer. One line of bash, that's nice, yeah. The line was like grep-n input file, and then awk. I don't know. There was some like split and then add one. Because this almost solved the problem, except the output was off by one. But yeah, it was pretty funny. My name here asks, what types of questions are you normally asked in interviews? I mean, for like programming interviews, it's usually like a small puzzle that's like usually solvable in log n time or n log n time. And then for design and architecture, it's pretty varied, but it's often like design some sort of system and like set up a database schema and like have a service tier and a web tier and like handle API requests. And usually they're either write heavy or read heavy, and then you know how to optimize for either of those and like go through like that. Viking Coder, what was the question? I can't tell you the question, but this kind of gives it away if this is the answer though. Every interview is shit. I've been to enough of them to know. Yeah. Cheapest way to do interviews is the VoIP method, not the phone. They call you on your phone to get you away from the computer. Yeah. I guess. With ours, we like you still program on a computer, but we just don't have like we tried to do Google Chat interviews, but we found that like people, well, one like Google Chat dropped support for Firefox and dropped support for Linux, so like good luck, have fun with that. So like whenever we tried to interview people like that, they'd be like, well, we can't actually interview you because Google Chat sucks or Google Hangout sucks. But yeah, I don't know, phone interviews can kind of suck. You're right. C complex. That's a good emote. Good emote combo there. I like it. ON times, so without the loop, I assume. Well, it depends on the problem. Can't wait for Starlink internet access. I don't know what that is. Oh. Oh. That would be cool. That sounds awesome. Yeah, they promised something like that in the county that I lived in Michigan that was supposed to be rolled out by 2009, but it never actually happened because it got defunded. But basically, instead of doing like satellites, they were going to put up essentially the equivalent of cell towers that broadcasted at the right things to make things happen. The one-liner was totally linear, yes, because grep is linear. I see what you're saying. Yeah, but the ideal solution was linear parse followed by log n lookups, whereas this would have been linear parse and linear lookup for every subsequent lookup. So that's why the problem was like, that's why you get an 80% instead of 100%. Yeah, Starlink seems pretty cool. Oh, you know what the question was then? Cool. Yeah, I've given too much away at this point. Yeah, Starlink sounds like, honestly, in this day and age, I feel like internet is kind of like a necessity to live life, so it makes sense that it should be a like public service, that sort of way. Okay. But yeah, let's see, what do we need to do here? What was I doing? Oh right, we're making this demo. This is the wrong folder. We have to convert this region object. And we need to free this object. For I in range region 0. Is it numregs? Yeah. Region 0 dot numregs. Okay, so this actually needs to take beginnings and ends. That's beginning. Start is self.bags n. So this is way easier than I thought it was going to be. I think. This one is hard. we'll see what happens when we get to that one. Mark the Skipper says, I still think my favorite question to ask candidates who list C or C++ on their resume is the count set bits in an int-like value question, which I've only had one candidate successfully answer and none give an optimal solution. Oh, like the count the positive bits one? Isn't that really just like, you know, bit shift and until you're done? And obviously there's the optimal solution, which is the like weird, crazy, there's like some instruction that actually answers that directly for you or something like that. Archiatis says, I'm working on a Babby package manager and I'm calling it Daddy. Oh, that's funny. I approve. Okay, so we need to actually free stuff here. So we need to add that function. Free. Means we need to look at the header again. Prefix include. Interesting. I should probably be calling this, but I'm currently not. Okay, let's fix this then. Void. Need this free. Owning region free. Owning region star region, and then int free self. Okay. How do I want to do this? I kind of want a context manager. I don't know what the type is, so we're just gonna use any for now. Region equals lib dot owning region new. So that handles that memory management. So it'll get automatically freed at the end, which is nice. Tuple is not defined. Indeed, it is not. Oh, I got rid of my breakpoint, didn't I? Should be equal to this. What do you mean? None? Did I forget the return? What? Oh, I know what I forgot to do. This should be end, not beg. Hey, what's up, Top Fuel? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Oh man, so behind on chat. Let's see what's up. Viking Coder says, I asked people to give an optimized solution to sum all numbers from 1 to a big number. It works in any language, really. You know what you're doing, but it's an advanced question. I mean, it's just nn plus 1 over 2. Congrats, you didn't use a loop. Everyone uses loop, and if you don't tell them you meant optimize. It is kind of more of a math question, although I feel like anyone who's done some amount of theoretical CS would know that, probably. Oh yeah, I really like this playlist, Ursula. This is the one that plays in my background. Sum of squares. Amazon says it's been 2 years and I didn't touch Python. It has typings like JavaScript has TypeScript. Yes, it's basically gradual typing. And there's a bunch of different type checkers. The one that I use is MyPy. There's also PyType, I think it's called, or PyTyped. PyType, which is the one that Google wrote. There's also, what is the one that Facebook wrote? There's one that Facebook wrote. There's like 4 or 5 different gradual typing checkers, but they all use the same type hints app, which defines how you should set up types. And this syntax has been available since Python 3, although it wasn't really used all that much until this was ratified. The typing module is new in Python 3.5, but the syntax has been there since 3.0. Do you know about Pyrite? Yeah, I think that's the one. Yes, Microsoft's one, yes. I do also know about Pyrite, because it's written in TypeScript, which is wild. But yeah. There's also the Facebook one. The Facebook one is written in OCaml. Facebook Python type checker. Pyre. Pyre. There's OCaml. Which one did you say you like the most? I use MyPy just because it's easiest to get set up and works well for me. Sweet. Okay, so this might sound crazy, but I think I'm done. I think everything kind of works except for this expand function. And let me see if there's something in oniguruma to do this for me. Because I don't actually need any of these other features. Regset. I don't know what that is. We care about register. Create a new region. Oh, now you tell me how to do this. Name it to group number. Returns the group number list of the name. I don't think we care about this functionality, although I almost needed this in the Python implementation. Name to back reference number. Return the group number corresponding to the named back reference. We don't care about that either. For each name. Iterate function called for all names. I don't think we care about that either. I'm starting to think that these are less and less useful as we go down. Copy syntax. Blah blah. Coding. I think I might have to implement this function myself, and that's just fine. Okay. The use of this library is finished! Oh, we should expose this, though. So really, we only have compile and version as our public members. I guess we can do... What was the function? Onig version. Char star has no attribute decode. Right, we have to convert it into bytes first. And it converts C data object to bytes. What do you mean? What? Bytes object cannot be interpreted as an integer. I don't know what's going on there. We'll look at that in a second. Can you write OCaml? No, I don't know any OCaml. Your operating system looks so clean. Is it Raspi Linux? No, this is Ubuntu. It's just pretty vanilla Ubuntu. But it's actually a lie. I'm actually running Windows. But very, very sneakily. Ultimates F4 guy says, off topic, but I need advice on starting a drawing stream. Is it worth it? If you're, I mean, honestly, if you're looking to make money off of streaming, I don't know, because I make very little to nothing off of this. I make beer money, that's about it. And that's, yeah. I don't stream to make money off of it. I stream because I enjoy doing this and talking with you guys and hanging out and having fun, you know? But I don't know how lucrative a drawing stream would or would not be. Sorry, I just don't know. Hey, what's up, Darnie? Thank you for the follow. Oh, did I say that right? The kerning is hard. Yeah, it looks like Darnie. Welcome to the stream. Lurler says, what are you working on? Indirectly, I'm working on a text editor. That's not helpful. Yeah, this is my text editor. You'll notice that it doesn't have syntax highlighting because that's what we're working on. But it can edit text and, you know, undo and redo and sort stuff. It's kind of nonsense there, but anyway, it's text editor. But we're working on syntax highlighting. And do I have a tab with the syntax highlighting open? No. Highlight, no, this one. And some of the syntax highlighting works, but it's completely broken because it's using the wrong regex engine. But you can see, like, it'll highlight diffs. It can highlight Rust right now. But if we try and highlight Python, kaboom! It doesn't work. And this is because the Python regex engine just support what we need it to support. And so we're using the actual engine that's designed for this stuff and running wrappers for it in Python. I had the weird idea to make a Fire TV stick a mini Linux computer. Oh, that would be fun. Archiatus says, would you happen to know how I can make Vim use PyPy? Altisnips and YCMD both rely on Python, and I'd rather use PyPy. I don't actually know. Let's see, Vim with PyPy. I imagine that's a useless search result. What the fuck? Why? I assume that there's a way to configure Vim to pick a different interpreter. It might just be the first Python that's on the path, though, so you might be able to just do it that way and just source the virtual env and get lucky. But yeah. Mark the Skipper says, sorry, I stepped away. I wouldn't even think to do the end value summation with the loop. Yeah. Real question on the count of set splits. Can you do it in O of log n time? Where n is the integer? I mean, yeah, because you're counting bits, so you're just like looking at log 2 of the number, unless you're talking about the bit length. And then I'm not sure how you would do it in log n time, because I'm pretty sure you have to look at every bit. Juan can write a camel with the camel emotes. Like it. The Ubuntu to Windows transition was exactly like, yeah, this is the Scooby-Doo. I don't know why Imager. Oh yeah, there we go. It was exactly like this. Yeah. Sneaky, sneaky. Archiana says, do you know about Tree Sitter? Yes, I do. Tree Sitter is, well, it was shown to me in a different stream. It is a syntax engine that does incremental parsing and allows you to do insertion and stuff. And yes, I do know about it. But my goal here is to be able to reuse like Visual Studio Code themes, TextMate themes, Sublime themes, and Atom themes. So that's why I'm implementing all this stuff. Yes. Walnut 0, n equals n, and n minus 1, n plus plus. Yeah. That's essentially the same as right shift. It's O of n on the bit length, but it's log n on the actual n. Yeah. I would have used right shift, but it's fine. Subtracting 1 does essentially the same thing. Hey, what's up, JSNMTR? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so what the fuck? Why can't I use const char star? C data of type char star has no length. Do I need to stirlen this thing? Why can't I get char star out? This should be the easiest fucking thing. Const char star return value Python cffi. Well, this is a weird object that I don't really know much about. cffi backend.c data. Do I have to read the C code for this? I mean, it seems pretty straightforward. If not PyPy. cffi from C pointer type is 44. 44 is primitive int fast 64. No, this is const char star. Oh wait, this is char const star. The what? I don't know what's going on here. Maybe if I cast it to something else, I can do that. Who knows? Hey, what's up, JSNMTR? Oh, you said hi, because you also followed. I see what's going on. Right shift will require validating all the zeros. This will drop all the zeros below the smallest bit. Oh, I see. I see what you mean, Mark the Skipper. Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, that's true. Being a medic and an ethical hacker has to be a contradiction. Do both if you can. Do by booms without AI medicine. Can you list all the methods of an object in Python? Yes, you can. However, this is a weird object. Do I still have that tab? This is a weird object, which is implemented in C, and so doing dir on it is not super helpful. Although it does have methods like this definitely exists, and that should show up in dir, but it doesn't. So they've implemented dir in a weird way for whatever reason. If I recall correctly, const works the same before or after. That's a function pointer which takes nothing and returns a const char star. So const is slightly different. So like a pointer to const characters is different than a constant pointer to characters. The former is the buffer is immutable, and the latter is that the pointer is immutable. There is a slight difference, and it doesn't actually matter here. Somebody published a thing to make poetry auto-packaged Python modules written in Nim. Interesting. Kind of cool. Pointer to Narnia. Yeah. This should be so simple. What if I just lie about the return type? There's gotta be a way. See, maybe if I Google something better. Convert cffi C data to bytes. Python type of the object was referred to as C data and C type. Well, they have a number of objects. So you can look at kind. Liar! Kind and CNAME are always present. Neither are present. Oh, these are C-type objects. Okay, alright, fine. Item length. FFI.string. Praise be. Okay, we figured it out. Read the fucking manual, Anthony! That was weird. Hey, it works. Jesus. Hey, what's up, Batiska? Hello. Remember the semantics for C, only use C++ these days, and just use references if I want a const pointer. Yeah, makes sense. I don't miss the C semantics either. Interviewed a lot of people that couldn't even come up with the bit shift. Oh, that's rough. I got asked questions by people who I actually worked with and who didn't know what they were asking me, but I only determined that later when I worked with them. Oof. Yeah, it happens sometimes. Hey, what's up, Batiskiff? Okay, I think this actually almost works except for this expand function. It's very minimal. It doesn't do all of the features that it should do. This is cool. Oh, I just forgot to get rid of this comment. I'm still don't know how the ownership of this object is supposed to happen, so there might be a memory leak here. I don't actually know. But I suspect this, when it falls out of scope here, gets deleted. That's fine. As does this. But there's actually not that much code here. A lot easier than I thought it was. I'm sure I'm missing something. Something obvious. And there's a whole bunch of APIs that I just don't use at all. And it is a little clunky that it converts back and forth between bytes and strings all the time. Like maybe it should convert back to a string here. Although this is fine. Whatever. Okay, I guess let's implement expand. Or remove this file, where it will eventually live. That's some of the tests we had. So let's take some of the other stuff that we have down here. Match failure. Test match success. We only do numbered groups, we don't do named groups. Oh well, we don't need named groups. Just testing the various APIs here. These are the same. Oh, I just thought of something. We'll need to do some adjustment for the Unicodes. Batisca says, missed last stream, why are you writing a new regex engine for Babby? Oh, due to sadness. So my TextMate highlighter, which I'm gonna use for Babby, I'm not actually writing my own regex engine. I'm wrapping someone else's regex engine, which is the one that's used for TextMate syntax highlighting. I got some of the highlighters working perfectly for Babby. So like diff works fine, and Rust works fine. But it turns out these only work fine because the regular expressions used to represent these different syntaxes don't actually use any features that are beyond what Python does. However, there's a bunch of features in this regex language that are not supported by Python, and implementing them in Python is prohibitively difficult. And so, yeah, so I need to use this other regex engine in order to match those. So, for example, one feature that doesn't exist is the \g. We did actually go and implement one of the features by rewriting regexes. So that's what all of this is about. We implemented possessive, what are they called? Possessive quantifiers, which is plus plus or star plus, which you can implement as an atomic group, but Python also doesn't have atomic group support, so you can implement an atomic group with a look ahead followed by a back reference. So we wrote a regex rewriter that works, but it's not enough to actually support, well, that feature's not enough to support all the rest of the features, and some of the features of this other regex engine are really, really complicated. Viking Coder, I got a new name for editor, Bambi, not Babby. No, Babby's staying. Babby's not changing. You can read why it's called Babby here too. Also, I've already registered the name on PyPI, so I'm not gonna change it. Does the music stop? It does sometimes, and I have to go over and click on it. But most of the time, when it gets like, sometimes it just gets really quiet. Like it's very quiet right now. Alright, turn it up a little bit. But yeah, so we're implementing the proper regex. We're implementing just enough of this regex wrapper to make this work properly. And then I need to package it up and do that. Push pass. Except I spelled raises wrong. Oh, and we got bytes back. Oh, rightio. So maybe inheriting from name tuple here is not the best choice. Yeah, so we'll just do a normal object. Or I could just implement get item. But I think this is going to be fine. Why did I think there were 5 Bs there? That's a garbage test. Read the solution, you don't need to check if n is not 0. Oh, I see. Yeah. So those tests are all passing so far. But as soon as we do some unicods, this is going to be wrong. Or well, the starts and ends are going to be wrong. This should probably match its name. Just these tests a little bit. Hey, what's up, Rabia? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, you don't need permission for links. Just post away. Links. Go for it. Links are completely fine. And I don't have any moderators today, so it's fine. Just go for it. Is start the name of this thing? Start and end. Reese. Nine, I think, is the right thing there. Yeah. $10 each link. Yeah, that'd be funny. I'm gonna fill up my water, so I'll be right back. Oh, I was looking at starts and ends. Six, I think. Cool. And now we'll throw some Unicode in there and really break this. Well, what was the keyboard shortcut? It's Control-Shift-U. Yeah. This is a little thing that I learned recently. Control-Shift-U, and then you type the Unicode character code name, and it'll convert it. I don't know if it works here, though. Oh, it does. And then, let's see, 1F43 is our upside-down smiley face. So let's just use that one. 1F643. So we're matching any number of characters, and then an upside down smiley face. Otherwise, my pie's gonna complain. Oops. What is this? Oopsies. I thought I had this in the paste buffer. I want to include some snowmen and then these guys in there. And so there's actually 5 characters and then 3 characters, but I assume that, well, I know that my implementation is wrong. And it will report the wrong starts and ends. I think the groups will actually be fine. Match 0 is equal to this. I think this is fine. It is not fine. Why not? What? Hey, what's up, Samuel Surgeon? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Let's see what we've got here and why that is the case. I lost my mind. 15 to 19. Oh, okay. Now I know what's going on here. It's regexes, so of course it's problematic. This is a greedy regex, so it's going to match as many of these until it gets to here. So I think we actually want to make this a timid regex, and then my test will pass. Yeah. More regexes, more problems, right? You guys are still talking about that interview question. Cool. Okay, so the groups work fine, but the offsets do not. So start should be 0, and end should be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But right now it's 19, which is not correct. Hmm. That's kind of gross. Is that even right? And off by 1 Princey. Oh. No, I guess it is right. Huh. Huh. Hey, what's up, Sukulatum? Hello, hello. It's late for me, early for you. Something about this that I really don't like. It's doing a lot of extra work all the time, which kind of sucks. These should probably be private instead of accessible. Or at least conventionally private. Okay, so that's working. Oh, we forgot to check for error cases here. We need to do that. Oh, sweet. Need to delete all this code down here. Yeah, so my concern here is that the underlying library always works in bytes, and so I'm constantly taking Unicode strings, converting them to bytes, and converting them back and forth. And it would be more efficient if I was just always working with bytes, but that would make the API a little clunky. So, like, my thought is that I want to have a Unicode API and a bytes API, which is kind of how the Python regex module works. But I'm not sure that I can be properly bothered to do. Ultimate's F4 guy says, "Can someone explain exception?" Ooh, that is actually one that I don't think I've explained on stream before. Do you understand how stack frames work? It's kind of hard to explain without stack frames. I'll just wait for that answer, and then we'll see if I explain it after that. So if you don't quite get how stack frames work, this is like a several-hour discussion. Instead of like a quick, oh yeah, it just enters an error state and calls all the destructors and pops stack frames until it's done, and such and such. He's asking about try catch exceptions. Yeah, that's what that's what I mean. But you kind of have to understand how frames work in order to explain how bubbling of an exception works and how it checks for your catch blocks, and it triggers all your destructors at each frame level. Oh, simplifying it. I mean, the easiest way to explain it, I guess, is like exceptions are error cases that happen in your code, and they can cause control flow to jump to places that are, if you hit an error, it will just like go to the function that called the function and keep going up until it finds catch blocks. Yeah, Mark the Skipper's explanation is pretty good. Okay, so how do I trigger this error case is one thing. See if they have tests that show that. What does test C? Let's see. Sequel Adam says, didn't see the previous stream. Why oniguruma? Which, for whatever reason, oh, I know why. Twitch chat blocks that word, which makes sense, I guess. Yeah. So the previous stream we implemented some extensions to the Python regex engine. I'll show you one example. That's fine, whatever. So normally you can have this as a pattern. So this matches a double quote, then not double quotes plus, and then a double quote. And if I have this really, really long string here, the way the regex engine will work is it'll match up all these characters and then see that there's no double quote, and so then it'll backtrack, and then it'll match these characters, note that there's no double quote, and then it'll backtrack, and then it'll keep doing that for each length of these string, or each of these string lengths. And that's pretty expensive, so, and then eventually it'll see that there's no match. And that's pretty expensive. So there's a thing called possessive quantifiers, which is 2 pluses here, which prevents backtracking in that case. And Python doesn't support it. But we hacked it to support it by transforming this plus plus into this mess that's here, which produces a forward look ahead with a named capture and then a back reference to that named capture. So this is a way to implement atomic groups in Python and this possessive thing. So I spent a bunch of work, made this work, and it does work. But then I realized that there's a whole bunch of other features of the regex engine that are needed for the syntax highlighter that I just couldn't possibly backport to Python's implementation, because they're just so different in the way that it works. And so yeah, I realized that I would have to cut my losses, and I'm not going to be able to use Python's regex engine. I have to use the actual regex engine that this thing is designed for. And so that's why I'm wrapping that particular oniguruma implementation of regexes, and yeah. I hate regex in Python. Yeah, well, this the thing that I wrote yesterday was regexes that rewrote regexes to be different regexes. So that's what this is all about. A little bit wild, but it worked. It's actually not that complicated. This is kind of the code that did my regex normalization. So I removed regex comments, then we also implemented hex escapes because that was super easy, and then we rewrite possessives in this way. But it worked, and I wrote a bunch of tests for it too. But alas, they we ended up figuring out that it wasn't actually helpful. But yeah, like I should be able to take this example here and run it in this regex engine. Except we don't actually have. Yeah, so you can see that this type of regex works here. Oh, actually, this should have an R here. Oh, this is a garbage test. Add me. Why did you write garbage test? Oops. But yeah, it still passes there. Oh, I guess I should have listed it here. Cool. Yeah, we good. We good. Wrapper does not sound better to me. You mean wrapping this library does not sound better? I don't know how else I would do it. Oh, unless you're talking about wrappers and the exception bubbling stuff. It's like 4 threads of conversation going on. Okay. So that works. I don't know what that directory's about. We'll just leave it. Okay, that's from the tests. Still need to do the actual packaging. What is this? We don't need that. What is this? Oh, this was when I was playing around with the library itself. We're not doing that anymore. We're not writing C. Okay. So, oh, we need to do that one function, right? This expand function. Which is going to suck. Actually, it won't suck that much. We can just use this regex. Yeah. We're gonna actually use Python's regexes here. Guess I could reuse them. Just for the pure lulz of it. No, that's too meta. Do we have a capture there? We do. We don't care about this capture. Oh, we do. Yes, we do. Right. I think that actually implements this. The lambda. Actually, that lambda. Gross. I think that works. Let's see. You can spawn new threads, but the context switches will get very expensive. Oh, we're talking about threads? I see. OOP interview question, writer rapper. Siku Adam says, but I love regex in Perl. I mean, Perl regex and Python regex isn't that different. Except, like, Perl is mostly just, like... Perl as a programming language is a regex implementation, and there's some code on the other side of it. Perl is mostly just, like, splatting regexes into a file, though. I'd probably write a sorted vector extension to C++ standard vector, because the fact that it doesn't already exist as part of the standard pisses me off. It makes sense why it doesn't exist, because they try and not give inefficient solutions to things. Like, if you actually want a sorted vector, you probably would use the ordered map instead, and then convert it to a vector when you need a vector, maybe? I don't know. There's some, like, efficiency standard STL something or another that... I remember we asked similar questions in one of my C++ classes. That was the explanation. Could be wrong though. Okay, so let's actually do a little TDD here. Kind of reverse TDD because I already wrote the function. Standard map to standard vector flat is more expensive than calling sort on a vector. Oh, interesting. Interesting. I didn't know that. I guess that's true. That's if you actually use vectors, but you would have to work with two different data points to do what you're saying, or am I wrong? Yeah, you would, like, kind of have a wrapper sort of thing. I realize we're talking about wrappers, and so now that sounds silly, but yes. For some reason, sysadmins preferred Perl some years back. Now they're called DevOps, and they use Node.js and Java. Yeah. Hey, what's up, 2XYR? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So this should be failing, because we don't actually expand things. Invalid literal for int with base 10 empty string. Oh, it's not actually the empty string, it's the escape. M1. Oh, I'm supposed to be using M1 and M2, not M0 and M1. And that makes sense. Need to remove that print seat here and pass it. Nice. Actually looks pretty good. Okay, what were our to-dos? This is a pretty incomplete implementation, but that's fine. Oh, we need the errors there. Also need to check some memory stuff. Like, it seems a little sus that I don't handle this at all. Actually, I should pass the pattern in here down. Repper in there. Oh, initializer for C type must be C data. Oh, right. I changed these. This should have been regex T. This should have been regex T. Don't use it anywhere else. No. Name double under module is not defined. Oh, it should just be double under name. Cool. Standard range sort. Oh, I see. Yeah. Zucalatum says, I mean, I still remember how to substitute a thing in Perl, despite I don't use Perl for decades, but I always Google how to do it, and many other things in Python. Well, it's fine to Google stuff. I mean, I still Google the order of the parameters in re.sub, because I'm pretty sure I get it wrong every time. Yeah, because it's replacement and then the string you're replacing, and I always mix up this. I know the pattern's always first, but these two, every time they get me. Because in strings, it's like string dot replace pattern, and so like, I don't know, it just messes with my brain a little bit. Mark says, calling it a night, fun chat with y'all, have a good one. Well, thanks for stopping by, Mark. Looks like Viking is also signing off as well. Just came here to check out the stream, stayed for 2+ hours. Thanks for stopping by. I'll see you around in the future. Yeah, it happens. I just suck you in, and then you watch 2 hours of me tapping away at a keyboard. Okay, so we added a nice repper for that. I really like this song. Good one. Errors. We need to handle errors. So we need to figure out an error case here. Other than that, I think this is mostly done. Honestly, this is kind of overkill. Probably just going to try finally block this instead. Don't need this extra special function. Cool. Coverage looks good. Let me see if it still looks good after copying a good coverage RC. Isn't that hard to believe? Oh, well, we don't cover the error case. Ultimate's F4 guy also says that he's heading out. Well, thank you as well for stopping by. Or all this. Just annoying. Because I passed the wrong command line arguments. Okay, error cases, right. We're gonna look through their code and see if we have. Yeah, like they're doing error handling here, but I think fix ignore case and look behind. Yeah, my guess is that it's only a bug. Oh, this is a sample. This is not the not test U. Yeah, my guess is they don't actually test any of the error cases, so we can put the check call here. And that'll have to do. I don't think we have the error info object. Juan is also heading out. Well, thank you. As always, it's always good to have you. See you around. I wonder if that error info has an initializer. I never checked that, did I? Yeah, these pointers seem like little suspect. Oh, oh well. Okay, let's see. We do need to package this, which is the last part of the puzzle. So let's see what the packaging code talks about. I'll close all this now. Installation. It was last weekend for the first time I watched some Super Bowl. An old one with Brady versus Wilson, if I recall correctly. Just to know something you guys talk about in strange football. Turns out it's fun, and I almost understood the game rules. Awesome. I mean, football's, I don't know, it's a nice thing to pass the time, I think. I kind of like it. But it's not for everyone. We're gonna be super zero version here. CFI bindings for oniguruma regex engine. Have a readme. I don't know if I made the GitHub repo. I know I told myself I was going to. Then I didn't actually do it. Me. New repository. Repo. Still me and me. 552. 3.5. 36. Install requires we'll have to do cffi, I assume, if I was reading this correctly. Oh, we also need setup requires. Makes sense. CFI greater than or equal to 1, and setup requires CFI greater than or equal to 1. Pi modules will be oniguruma cffi. Don't have any entry points. We don't have a universal wheel. We're going to check MyPi. We're going to support PyPi. Actually looks decent. What What all do we need to delete here? What else is in PyCache if not for PyC files? Oh, this should not have a slash on it. That looks pretty good. So one of the features in Nano that they're getting rid of, which I'm kind of bugged. It's bugging me that it's going away, is code formatters, which I have a code formatter set up for git ignores, which when I press Control T, it will sort the file for me. And oddly enough, the way this works right now is it shells out to Vim to sort my file. Which I think is funny, but it's just kind of a little tidbit there. And to drink, yes, football is good for that too. Classifier for Python 3.8, I have a tool that automatically adds it, I just haven't done it yet. Or I haven't added that tool yet, so we don't have a pre-commit configuration. But actually, we don't want this one, 'cause it's not old. What is one that I can grab it from? What is one of the most recent projects? This one? I think I recently updated? Yeah. Grab this one. And this has setup config format, which will do that automatically for me. Everything should be up to date, because this is a fresh file. RC git ignore pre-commit. This file. Okay. I'm interested in seeing what this does. Did this copy in the build file? Actually see it in here. It did not. Okay. That's a problem. Manifest.in include. Okay, cool. So it included that time. Let's see what happens if we do bdist wheel. No such file or directory license. Indeed, we don't have a license. Add that real quickly. It is the year 2020. We also don't have a readme. I'll have to change the numbers here, but that's fine. What am I doing? Oh. It's grabbing this description to put it in the README. I should probably also fill out documentation there, but we'll get to that eventually. What are we trying to do? Oh yeah, bdist wheel. So this should, in theory, have our Python module and the Oh. Oh, that's so cool. It automatically does ABI 3 wheels. Huh. That's nifty. I didn't expect that. Oops. Yep, definitely works exactly as intended. Ah, shit. Seriously? Why did you seg fault? Let's see. Let's do that again. Copy all the stuff here. Clearly something is wrong. So this is definitely not production ready. What the fuck? I don't remember how to use GDB. Oops. That was typo. Alright, here's our sig faults. In there. Try accept that. You can't exactly try accept a seg fault. Oh, it is in the error code. Stir byteline null. What? TXWire says, what exactly are you coding? It's a bit of a rabbit hole. Let me show you the top level of the stack frame. Top level of the stack frame is a text editor, which, this is my text editor. It supports some stuff, but you'll notice that it's uncolored. And, yeah, it doesn't have syntax highlighting, so that's what I'm working on primarily. And we mostly got it kind of working, but this is a very simplified case, and so the simplified case was much easier to implement. But and even like some more complicated cases were also pretty easy. But unfortunately, the Python regex engine is not powerful enough to actually implement this properly. So when you when you want to actually use these regexes, you need the more powerful engine, so we're writing a wrapper around the actual engine that does this properly. And for whatever reason, it is sig faulting. And unfortunately, I don't really know. I guess I can look at what the error was called with. How do you show the args? GDB, show function arguments. This one is just args. Info args command displays the function arguments in the current frame. No symbol table available. Ugh. Okay. Oh. Well then. The weird thing is... Oh, that crashes too. Okay. Huh. Are you publishing it on GitHub? Yes. I can show you the different parts that are on GitHub. This is one of them. That's the actual editor itself. This is the highlighting demo stuff that I'm doing. And the thing that I'm working on today is not uploaded yet because it's not working. But there's that one. So what gives here? Oh, things are super broken right now. Fuck changed. Oh, I see. I know what's happening. That's what changed. Cool. Everything should be fine now. So I was checking all non-zero codes as errors, but it's really any negative codes are errors. Fixed. Do this first. Double quote string fixer fix something. Okay, yeah. So this is what the setup config formatter will do automatically. Sticky item. So this is why I didn't do it manually, because it'll just do it for me. So I copied and pasted this. That's why it was double quote. I also reordered this. Put the less important stuff down towards the bottom. It's a little bit weird that install requires and setup requires aren't next to each other, but oh well, close enough. We might as well just run all of these right now. See if it works for all these languages. Oh, well, that's a good start. Oh, no requirements dev. Coverage and PyTest. Is Brickman in there too? Yeah. Hey, what's up, Bix Plays? How's it going? Now we just hope that these all pass. But I think they should, given what we've seen so far. Although then again, there was a segfault thing a second ago. Oh, we need to exclude that file. It's weird that it actually shows up at all, because it shouldn't be imported. Weird. I guess I could just put it all in an if name equals main block. That'd be one way to cheese it. Yeah, coverage is gonna fail for all these, but I imagine the tests should all pass. Oh, what's the best way to exclude that without making my config complicated? Oh, did I run Python 3.9 also? I think that'll pass. Oh, it's taking a while to install because it's building cffi from source, probably. Worked. Cool, cool. Why -r requirements.text but not extra equals test? I don't really like setup tools extras personally. And test requires is easy install stuff. So it's almost purely just because I don't like setup tools extras. What? Why are you one line different than all the other ones? Pi, why? Oh, because it never runs the destructor. That makes sense. What? Looks like ffi.gc is the way to go. Return a new CData object that points to the same data. Later, when this new CData object is garbage collected, destructor will be called. Oh, okay. That is cool. Return a new CData object that points to the same data. Okay, so I can, instead of this try finally block, and instead of this destructor here, we should instead be using we should instead be using interesting. Suku Adam says, I remember there's a bug when Tox doesn't rebuild an environment if a requirement file has changed. Probably fixed. No, it hasn't been fixed. But I actually use a extension that solves this problem, although I don't remember whether I still have it installed or whether it still works, and it's probably busted, but no, it worked at some point or another. But you could put this at the top of your file, and then it would always end up at the right requirement set. Now it says, why do you use Ubuntu? It's spelled funny. I don't know. I'm familiar with the package manager. I'm used to the user space. It works for me. I can't be arsed with Arch or whatever. So, I don't know. It gets the job done, and that's all I really need. Hey, what's up, Pinky Dicers? Hello, hello. Nice to see you again. Haven't caught a stream in a while. Yeah, I mean, you've caught most of them, I guess. Hey, what's up, Elegant Thestral? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. All right, let's do this garbage collection right. If you can't be bothered with Arch, I suggest Manjaro. Yeah, see, the thing is, Manjaro is also work and not apt. 2XYR says, good night, Tony. Good luck. Well, thank you for stopping by, friend. Hope to see you around in the future. Okay, so you do ffi.gc region. Is it callable? Constructor size. Returns a new C data later when constructor will be called. Example of the usage. Oh, note that like objects returned by ffi.new, the return pointer objects have ownership, which means the constructor is called as soon as this exact returned object is garbage collected. Okay. Sense. So I think that's the right way to do this. And probably this. regext lib.onig free. I think those are the only two managed types we use here. Hell of a lot less work than Arch. Yeah, well, it's probably still more work than, than Ubuntu. Oh boy. Well, something's faulted. In fairness, depending on what you're wanting to do, almost anything in Linux is going to have some work involved. Yeah. Fair. What the fuck? Line 84. That's interesting, the stack trace is backwards there. What? This is line 84, so it's this function call that's segfaulting. But why? Why are you segfaulting? I mean, surely it's this code here. We can just comment this out, it'll not segfault anymore. Oh shit! Hey, what's up, Mastermind AO with a absolutely ginormous raid of 57 people. Hello, new raiders. How's it going? You joined just in time for me to have segfault, so we're off to a good start. Hello to you too. So I guess I'll fill you guys all in on what I'm working on. So I'm running my own text editor. Pay no attention to this. Oh, what? Something's very broken. We'll ignore that for a second. I'm working on my own text editor, and unfortunately, hey Andrew Lane X, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. it can do some stuff, you know, it can edit some text and, you know, enter stuff, undo, redo. You can do like highlighted sort and all sorts of fun stuff like that. And, you know, scroll up and down. But you'll notice that it doesn't have any colors. Hey, what's up, M. Quendo and 88opus? Thank you both for the follow. Welcome, welcome, welcome. But yeah, this is my text editor. It kind of does some stuff. No colors right now, but that's what we're working on. Working on colors. We want colors now! Well, I'll give you some colors, alright? We'll have some colors. So I'm working on a separate thing, which takes the TextMate theming engine, which is the same theming engine that gets used in Visual Studio Code, TextMate, Sublime Text, Atom, and a bunch of other text editors like that. They all use the same highlighting engine approach and stuff. And so I kind of have some of it working so far. Diff is by far the simplest syntax that I could find. And so this is diff working. So you can highlight diffs using my syntax engine, but unfortunately it's using Python regexes, which are not quite powerful enough to actually support all of the features that the theming engine actually needs to work properly. So unfortunately, the current approach using Python regexes is not quite strong enough. But you can see like diffs highlight nicely. It also works for Rust right now. So this is like highlighting of a Rust theme, and this is using Visual Studio's dark theme with the same code that Visual Studio Code uses, or the same grammar file. So this is almost pixel perfect to what Visual Studio would render this as. Unfortunately, it's not quite pixel perfect because I haven't done all the implementation. Like, this should be highlighted. I think this is supposed to be blue and this is supposed to be yellow. But other than that, it's pretty much correct. But unfortunately, it doesn't work for Python. Because Python's regexes require, well, the regex for Python's grammar file requires a feature that is not supported by the Python regex engine. And my initial thought was, oh yeah, like we'll just implement these features in Python's regex engine. I started going down that rabbit hole. So yesterday what we did is there's this feature in regexes. Well, there's three types of continuations in regexes. So there's normal like A+, so this is a greedy match. This will match as many A's as it possibly can. Then there's the timid match, which is A+, which will match as few A's as possible. And then there's A++, which Python's regex engine doesn't support at all. Fortunately, Python's regex engine has enough features to implement something that's equivalent to this, and this is called a possessive match. It will try and match as many as possible, but it'll never backtrack. This is mostly only used for performance optimizations. But if we take that same regex from before, A++, you can actually convert it into this, which is a lot to read here, but it's two stages of translation. The first stage is to convert it into what's called an atomic group. An atomic group means that it tries to match the whole group and it will never backtrack. And so this is a pattern for an atomic group, and it also happens to be the same pattern for possessive quantifiers. Possessive quantifiers turn into groups. And the way this works is this that I've highlighted right here is a positive look ahead, which means that all the things after the equals and before the last parenthesis, it will check that those match first. Inside this look ahead, and it doesn't consume any of the line. Inside this look ahead, we have a capturing group, and it's named. I just used like identifiers that were going to be unlikely to be in the actual string, so possessive_0 is the name of my identifier. And this is the pattern that we saw before, so the same pattern that we saw here. So it's basically a look ahead that looks for the greedy pattern, and then it saves it in a capturing group, and then it checks for that same capturing group directly afterwards. So this implements that feature. Andrew Lane X says, I thought I understood regex. Me too, and this has been quite the rabbit hole. Hey, what's up, Shaggy? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, we implemented the code that translates this regex into this regex automatically yesterday. I'm a little sad because we're throwing it all away, but it's pretty cool. So the way it works, first we have to remove all comments because regex comments are weird. They don't really work like the rest of the parenthesized stuff, so I just dumped those because it was easier. We also implemented hex escapes, but that's not important to this. But then we use regexes on regexes, which is some big brain plays right here. This is the regex for an unescaped possessive quantifier, which is basically an odd number of backslashes followed by a star or a plus and then a plus. So that's what this regex is. Once we've found that, we can replace it out. The way we replace it out is we first tokenize our regex. So we find all of the chunks. So the chunks are either escape sequences, which is what all of these are up here, or they're parenthesized regions or bracketed regions. And then we do replacements based on that. And it works, but I'm throwing all this code away because I got to the bottom of the barrel and realized that the Python regex engine is not powerful enough. And so what we're doing is returning to oniguruma, which is the regex engine that's recommended by the TextMate spec, which implements all of the regex patterns that we need to make this work. And so what I'm doing is I'm taking that library, which happens to be a C library, and wrapping it in a Python library so that I can call it from Python. That's the goal. It was working, but I've broken something amazingly in some way or another. I don't quite know why. So we're gonna debug that and see why I broke stuff. I'm trying to do like garbage collection stuff here, and so it's probably related to that. It's almost certainly related to this garbage collection stuff here. But that's what I'm working on right now. And then I'm gonna package it up and put it on PyPI. Okay, so if I turn off free, if I turn off the garbage collection, it all works just fine. Oh, this is how I'm supposed to use this, I think. Let's try that. That seg fault still? Okay, I was just using it wrong. You're holding it wrong. I also want to do that here. Ugh, that's gross. How do we make this not so terrible? I guess I can just... This. It's still kind of terrible, but... Okay, so that should probably work now. Brooks8321 says, that was a really good intro into what you're doing, and now that I know, I'm fully invested in the outcome. Yeah, so the cool thing is once I get this packaged up, I should be able to plug it into my syntax editor. Actually, I can probably do that right now. Because it is installable. So let's see. Let's actually let's spoiler this a little bit. Hey, what's up, Blazoleo? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so if I install this guy, and Brooksay321, thank you also for the follow. Okay, we should be able to. Here we do this. Let's make sure this still works. Match takes 2 positional arguments, but 3 were given. I changed the API unintentionally. It's easy to fix. Also, a fun side effect is when my syntax highlighter crashes, you get this beautiful highlighted traceback. Okay, so that still works, which is actually pretty exciting. And that still works. It's way slower though. That's really slow. Kind of sucks. It's fine. It doesn't actually matter that it's super slow because we'll be caching it in the actual text editor implementation. But I do have some ideas on how to speed it up anyway. Okay, so Rust works. And Python would have worked, except we got to a piece of my code that probably doesn't work. Let's see. Why are you unreachable? What is the code they're supposed to do? But it didn't crash in the like regular expression portion, so that's good. What are you unreachable about? Rule is the object that we're looking at. It's an empty... what? It's an empty rule that just has subpattern? This is me not understanding the spec. I had some other demo that wasn't working. What was the other one? Does this one work? No, that one's also broken because I don't understand the spec. Mastermindio says, bro, you might be the greatest nano user on the planet. I mean, if that's the title you want to give me, I'll be okay taking it. Fuck. What is this supposed to be? I guess we could try PowerShell. Highlight takes theme. Let's use a different theme, just for giggles. PowerShell part1.ps1. This also hits the unreachable code. What do we do? Do we try and fix that real quickly? Hey, look, a colored debugger. Yeah, this is one that has no match and no begin. Interesting. So this is just used as a container for rules, which is fine. I guess we can patch that quickly. Elif match.rules. So we can just pop into a stack here. And then continue. Oh, but that's not quite right. We kind of need... we kind of need to go through this. Oh, this is annoying. Huh. Hey, what's up, Sandwich? Hello, hello. The only nano shortcut I use is Control-W and using web SSH with Control-W. Find, yeah. I can show you all of the keyword shortcuts I use because I've implemented all of them in Babby. Where are they? Here they are. Okay. Enter, tab, shift tab, delete, backspace, arrow keys, home, end, page up, down. Control up and control down actually do something different in Nano than they do in Babby. In Nano, they jump by block. In Babby, they jump, or they move, they scroll the screen by one line, which I like this behavior better. This is similar to what other text editors do. Control left and control right are implemented the same. Control home goes to the beginning of the file. Control N goes to the end. This is only used for multiple files, which Babby supports. You can jump between. Oops, it's Alt. Yeah, you can jump between multiple files. Shift up, down. Yeah, this is for doing highlighting. Which is just shift and then navigation keys. That's what all of these are. Let's see, Control A, beginning of the line. Control C is show what position. Control H. Oh, Control H is just an alias for backspace. Control K is cut line, and U is uncut line. E is go to the end of the line. J is intentionally not implemented, but we use it as a test for an unknown key. Control O is save the file. R is an unknown key in this part, but if we do searching, we actually have reverse search history here. So you can see like all of the previous search terms that I've searched for. Control S is save. Control U is undo, or uncut. So if we cut and then uncut, it's Control U. There's also Alt U, which is undo, and Alt Shift U, which is redo, which is slightly different than Nano. Control V is page down. Control Y is page up. Control bracket. Oh, Control bracket is the same as the escape key. The fun thing about Babby is you can actually quit it like Vim, just to be just for the memes. But I've also implemented Control backslash, which is find and replace, and Control underscore, which is jump to line number. But yeah, that's all the keyboard shortcuts that I know from Nano, and are also implemented in Babby. Yeah, you can switch files in Nano, and Babby's on GitHub if you guys want to check it out. Again, it's not done, but it's pretty well. I mean, it mostly works. There's some weird stuff that doesn't work, like emoji characters. Actually, this work here. 1F643. Yeah, so if this character is a little bit buggy in Babby. Like if I press, so I'm at the very beginning of the line right now. If I press right once, it should take me past this character, but it doesn't. So I have to actually press right twice. And Babby really doesn't know. Yeah, like it's all sorts of buggy. Yeah, so like the position in the line is all sorts of messed up. But yeah, I need to fix that. Wide character is a little bit weird. Also, tabs don't work. Syntax highlighting is what I'm working on right now. There's a bug in the test suite. Ignore that. But yeah, other than that, it mostly works. Is there a jump to the last line shortcut? Yes. There's Control End, which will jump to the last line. Although what I usually do is do jump to line number and then just type in a really big number. That's what I use to go to like to the end of a file, which works pretty well for me. It also works in Nano. Of course, in Nano you can't have really big number, but in Babby you can. Look at this sick feature, giant number. It still works. Take that, Nano. It's because Python has arbitrary position integers, and Babby just. Okay. Right, but we want to kind of make this work because I want to like at least get a partial rendering in Python. Let's see. We probably have to loop through rules somehow. Oh, it's just doing an include. I see. Nano has Control plus Shift plus underscore. Control V to go to the last line. Control Shift underscore. Then Control V. Oh. Let me actually open this up. Control Shift underscore. Although I use Control Alt underscore, it does the same thing. And then Control V. Had no idea that was a thing. Is that even in the help? How do you know this? How do you know this, Andrew Lane? What wizardry is this? Oh, you're not case sensitive. I don't even think this is documented. Like, how do you, where, you saw it somewhere? Interesting. Well, Nana does, or Babby doesn't have that, but whatever, it's fine. This is just gonna be gross for now. While I is less than length of rules to parse, rule equal rules to parse I plus equals 1. Elif match dot rules. Rules to parse dot insert I plus 1. No, I. Maybe that'll work. Non-type has no attribute rules. What? Oh, not match.rules, it should have been rule.patterns. Duh. Untype has no attribute rule. Did this again. Double has no attribute include. Oh. We don't want insert. We want. That is what. Well, we don't want +1. Sign rules to parse I colon I equals rule dot patterns. Oh shit! Oh my god, it works! It's so fucking slow though. Oh my god. But it works! Oh, I think I'm gonna cry. This is so good. Oh shit. That's amazing. Damn. I mean, it's still a little bit buggy. Like, there should have been some highlighting up here, but. But damn. It completes now. So slow. Holy fuck, is it slow? It takes 4 seconds. Control underscore doesn't work for me. Oh, probably because you're on macOS. Or on Windows. It depends on the terminal emulator. But holy shit, it works. Huh. Well, that's cool. Let me finish my packaging portion and then we'll I'll probably call it a day because this is awesome. I'm really happy with that. Right, just moved that around. Oh, we didn't ever test this start parameter, so I should do that. Hey, what's up, Clarkio? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Oh man, this is so cool. Oh, it's so slow. That's fine, we'll fix that at some point. Hey, what's up, Akshay 1994s? Thank you for the follow. Let's see. Test start. Actually, let's do a non-Unicode one first. Test match start. Start equals 1. Match is not none. Assert match dot start is equal to 1. Assert match dot end is equal to, still should be 9. This group should be shorter. Oh yeah. Development environment. None is not none. Shit. Well, that's not good. So I guess I don't understand how. Okay, so something's busted, which means I don't understand how the API works, which kind of sucks a little bit. Hey, what's up, RWX Rob? Oh yes, Python. Yeah, with a little bit of weird C. But it's mostly Python. And hello, hello. Start B is 0. List 82. This is the call that we're making. I guess I need to look at their examples. Weird. Amnotam2e says, so this is Python, eh? Yeah, it's Python with a little bit of C. This is the thing that we built today, though. I can finally syntax highlight Python source. Takes a while, it's a little bit slow. I'll fix the speed. Well, I think I can have the speed, but it's still gonna be pretty slow either way. But the whole point of this is for my text editor, doing syntax highlighting. But it mostly works. Except I don't know what's going on here. So we're going to look at some of the examples that they have and see if the examples explain this. So we're either looking for match or search. Start equals stir, range equals end. Oh, okay. So this is the beginning of the string and the end of the string. What do they call search? It's funny that they use the same. Like, it would have made sense if this was a parameter instead of the weird pointer shit that they're doing. I don't know why they did it this way. But I think I actually need to find examples that use grab-dash-l. I need to actually find onig match examples, and they don't have any. That sucks. This is where I just like don't know what this variable name is supposed to be. It's documented in the API, but it's not super clear. At match address of target string. I don't know what that means, and that's why this isn't working. Wonder if I can find any examples online. Okay, so here's a call. What? I don't know what's going on here. I might have to call this a day because I'm hungry and I skipped dinner and it's, oh fuck, it's 8 o'clock and I'm streaming for 5 hours. Shoot. Alright, so at least I know I have a bug, so I'm not done with this project, or I'm not done with the first part of this project, but yeah, I think I'm gonna call it here, so let me do my little spiel. If you like the content, like what you saw, etc., you know, like, comment, subscribe, blah, blah, blah. No. I upload all of my streaming content to YouTube, so you can check out previous content, and this stream will be up eventually. But that's youtube.com/AnthonyWritesCode, so it's the same as my Twitch handle. And there's, you know, other stream content. Smash that sub button, right, QWERTY Word? Hey, what's up, Synthoxis? Thank you for the follow. Right as I'm heading out. Sandwich says, have a good night. Thanks for the stream. Well, thanks for stopping by, Sandwich. But yeah, there's other content up here. Most of it's just like the streaming stuff. Me working on my text editor. Also other stuff that I maintain in the Python ecosystems. That stuff's there. I usually stream on Saturdays at 11 a.m. Pacific time. I announce those in 2 places. One of them is on Twitter, which is twitter.com/codewithanthony. So usually post something like, I'll be streaming in so much time, blah, 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 blah. And I'll usually talk about what I'm working on. But yeah, you can follow me there. Also, I announce in the Discord, which I just linked in chat. If my bot was working. What the fuck, bot? There we go. Now the bot replied. It must have gotten stuck. I don't know. Yeah, because this message is pretty old. Huh. Interesting. I don't know. My bot has bugs. I haven't fixed it yet, but whatever. It did eventually work. But yeah, there's the Discord link. But yeah. Thank you all for stopping by. I'm going to go find someone to raid.